Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love,
done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor main, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello, gamers. Happy weekend. Happy Saturday. Happy time zone. Happy evening for my European friends. Welcome in. I went early. I went live a little early because I'm ready to yap and play and hang out. Stressful day today. I am still winding down. We already played our tourney match. We won. We're through in the Unity of the Fog tournament. I'm playing with my team Die for Cheese. It's a little bit of an awkward situation. I don't know what happened. But we got called out 2 weeks ago for being a full comp team in this tournament. Which is a community tournament. So it's awkward, right? Die for Cheese plays both leagues and charity and community stuff. They always have. I joined in October, and since then we've registered for different types of things. Some we've got selected, some were one-day tourneys, some were multiple week leagues. We've played several. We have a big roster. We have a lot of people on the team. It's not always the same people playing. Sometimes it's these people, sometimes it's these people. And then obviously we know Christy, right? So when she mentioned that she was doing a tourney, we were like, hey, this is cool. Let's sign up as a team. This could be fun. So we sign up. I got a text. We got selected. I'm like, yay, guys, we're in. And then we look at the schedule now, and we are the only team that is participating that's an existing team. Like, all the other groups are people that are put together in groups, and we got called out for being a comp team in a charity tournament. So it's really awkward. It doesn't mean that there's not other players, because we went against, we've seen games today of absolutely cracked killers and survivors. There's amazing gamers across the tourney. So it's an interesting one. I'm stressed because you guys know I get hella stressed Over journeys, I'm working my way through that. I'm learning about like what's the process of like what is this pressure? Why is this pressure making me freeze? Why is this pressure making me feel so bad? To a point where I feel like I can't perform. Um, this is all more like on my side of things, like it's in my head more than other people saying it. But yeah, let me tell you about this journey, my experience today. Let's see who's here. Let's say hi. Glenny, congratulations on getting first. Glenny, congratulations on getting second. You just couldn't resist, could you? I have to say, it was a lot faster this time than last time. I know last time you left ample time for people to grab it. Nobody did. And I think the time before that, you even left ample time after claiming first for people to claim second. It was not to be known was there. Congratulations. Well done. Pretty welcoming. Happy Saturday. Enjoy your Daily Doggo treat. Thank you for the 65. Glenny, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Lake, how are you feeling? Welcome in. Are you feeling a little bit better? Can you enjoy the wonderful weather that we have in the Netherlands today? Enjoy your daily treat. Thank you for the 65 days. Thank you for the 57. No audio at a birthday with Time Bone. But hello. Thanks for coming to say hi. Save your stream streak gamer. You are well over 90 days. Thank you for tuning in. You're just called, yeah, you're just a winner. Nah, Glenny, you really are. You went to Comic Con Den Bosch. Was fun. Oh, nice. I'm glad to hear. Wait, there was a Comic Con Den Bosch. I mean, I had like 17 different appointments today. I had to cancel a bachelorette party. I had to cancel playing tourney later. I had to cancel a lot of things. Oh yes, that's the one you told me about. It's today, Lake. My mind is like all over the place. I remember, and that's why I said, because I couldn't. I have so much shit this weekend. It's crazy. It's crazy. Hi, Coffee. Welcome in. Happy weekend. I hope you are well. Last time we spoke was a few weeks back. You and your family were feeling a bit sick, rather crappy. I hope everyone is recovered by now, including your children. And how is work, Coffee? Are you holding up? Glenny enjoyed Daily Doggo treat. Thank you for the 46. Your brother was supposed to go with me. He broke his foot last night. No way. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I mean, breaking a foot is unfortunate any day of the week. But especially before going to do something fun like Comic Con, where you do have to stand for long times at a long period at the same time. No, what happened? He's got to be resting today, right? No, that is so unlucky. You spent 4 hours at the hospital? Shit. Well, it's very nice of you to hang out with him and support him. Um, that is so unfortunate. Yeah, I would have loved to go. I mean, we've got TwitchCon, right? In 4 weeks, 3 weeks, three 3 weeks. Um, looking forward to that. It's crazy busy month. So much gaming to be done. Work. So next week's a short week. It's a bank holiday on the Thursday. The company is giving the Friday off, so that's really nice. So we have a really long weekend. Then I have an easy week, and then a crazy busy week preparing for TwitchCon. But also I have my event for work, which is going to be a 40-hour work week in like 4 days. Um, So, but busy times. One of the youngest is currently not doing so well. No energy, lost so much weight. At the moment, it's just visits to the hospital and the GP. I'm sorry to hear that, Kofi. Do they have any idea what's causing it? Can they at least like do they feel like they can support her? Do you feel like you're getting the information from the specialists to think about next steps and how to help? I'm sorry to hear that, gamer. I feel for you. That must be rough on the family as well. Hi, Jill. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Jill, enjoy your daily doggy treat. Thank you for the 65. Jill, I cried. I almost texted you, Jill, you're gonna have to play the Vecna set. I cried because like fucking hell. But I'll make my way through it. I'll do better tomorrow. I'm reading up on how to deal with this because it's doing my head in. I need to not be so fucking stressed over tournaments. You did amazing, thank you. The problem isn't when I'm not in chase. Like, this was a good game. Lucky got first chase. If Lucky takes first chase, if Georgia takes first chase, you are lost, I'm chilling. It's gonna be a good game for me. I just cannot be first chase. Um, and it just happens too often. But yeah, it was chilling, right? Because as long as I'm not in chase, I can work my strategy. I know what to do in game. I know when to go for an unhook. I know what gen to be on. I know when to be on a gen, when to double. Um Today was fine. It was very easy. And like you said, afterwards you're like, why was I so worked up over this? It's the idea of getting found first is stressing me out the fuck. Hi, Anne. Welcome in. How are you? Happy weekend. Are you enjoying some good weather today? Literally, you in pubs? Okay, Glenny. Sorry. Like you were saying, you got a call at 7 p.m. 7:45. Hey, come to my house. I got hit by a car. Okay, but he was already at home. You go to his house. He lays there on the couch. So I got, oh, you're on bike. While braking accidentally, only using the front, he flips over and falls. Yeah. While that happened, a car drove over his foot. Are you kidding me right now? He fell and the car drove over his foot. Oh shit. The guy in the car brought him home. I had to bring him to the spoedeisende hulp. Oh, yeah, there's probably nothing that could have been done. Oh, that sounds nasty. Is it like moet hij in het gips? Is he wearing a cast? Is he mobile now? He's probably gonna have to like sit with his foot up, right? He doesn't need surgery, hopefully. Um and enjoy your daily dog tree. Thank you for the 14. The symptoms are consistent with Crohn. Okay. Involve lactose intolerance, yes. So that's belly, digestive. She can hardly keep anything down, vomits everything back up. Yeah, now receiving nutritional supplements. That's good. We have to keep in mind that there's a chance she may be admitted to hospital because of weight. Yeah, yeah, she needs to stay up to weight. I hope they can help with the nutrition. Um, I think it's manageable, right? If you know what how you can stay um how do you say how you can keep your food pattern and how to deal with that. um that's rough, Coffee. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's gotta be devastating. Like I said, I hope the specialist can help out with you. um we kind of threw the Google match, including getting ping hits. My chases were bad, but I knew we had Georgie. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was a throw. I think we got really taken aback by the ping. I already looked at the VOD. I think Volk did amazing, right? He knows his shit on Ghoul. I was very surprised about how he found Lucky, who was going for the pool on Loft. No shade. Like, I was looking at his screen. That was an amazing prediction of him. Such good game sense that he found Lucky going for the unhook. Maybe he saw him before. Like, it doesn't matter what the reason is, but that was spot on. Well played. That really didn't help us in early game. You guys pulled it back though. I thought early game was rough, but mid game was so strong, Jill. I know you said there was one mistake when you were in chase. That was your second hook, but like, what is one mistake in a game? Like, everybody's gonna make a mistake in chase. Uh, it was a rough game. You're good. You pulled an all-nighter. Finished Subnautica finally with booty and toe-clenching moments. I hope it was a good time. And that's the second time this week, by the way, that you've told me that you were up all night gaming. Well, I hope it has been a good one. Either way. Oh, scary game? Oh, I guess I don't know. how that game goes. Going down deep, hearing something, immediately back up. Oh, was the gameplay? Okay. Oh, yeah, I have seen it. I guess I've never really like played with sound or anything. I don't know. After taking pictures, they found that his foot is broken. They put the foot in the cast. When we were about to leave, he's like, my elbow kind of hurts a lot as well. So I'm like, go let that check out. Were we heading to the hospital anyways? Yes. He also has a small, oh, a fracture. No way. Well, I'm glad that you recommended him to have a look at that, because holy hell. Oh, that is so unlucky. What an unfortunate fall from his bike. You had to go to the last lava zone and the sea dragon was right up your ass. I just got in the last sea alien base, turned around and he was only a hair away of calling me up. Oh my god, that sounds terrifying. That does not sound like a game for me. You know, I've only found out to tell for Ghoul when he's in mode. Oh, really? I mean, I obviously learned in scrims, right? When we did scrims for the first time, I also didn't know. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm still learning new things. I was scrimming with a new team. I scrimmed with 3 teams actually this week. I need to branch out. I want to learn more things. We did learn more things. Someone said remove power immediately after I got a bite. I was like, wait, remove power immediately? That's a thing on the Ghoul to Ghoul? I was not aware. That's why I always say he's good people to know. He's good people don't know. Really. No, really. I agree. Yesterday we got a call from the hospital saying they wanted to reschedule the appointment and I snapped at her. I mean, there's a lot of stress, Coffee, when it involves your child, when you see she's having such a rough time. I understand that. I hope things pick up soon for you guys. He can't use crutches because his elbow, yeah, also hurting. You had to bring him to our mom. Yeah, because he can't look after himself right now. Oh my god, that's got to be rough. You arrived there at 1. Yeah, going to the emergency room in the evening is going to be hours of your time. So you did make it. You may go up 7 to get the train to Comic-Con. Ah, that was your Friday night. Holy hell. Well, at least I hope today was very good. Hi, pretty, welcome in. I'm good. I was stressed. I'm unwinding from my journey. And I have to kind of stay in the loop here because I do have to do picks and bans. But that's not until after the last game, I don't think. What is happening in the Discord? Yeah, we have a comp game. That's really good. Hold on. Additionally, oh, me handing them. Ah. So now picks and bans are on me. Okay. Hold on, I have to do picks and bans later. You can hear the power, the crackling sound. Is that the applause thing? That I always make jokes about. The Ghoul, the most goated killer in the 4v1 symmetrical game, Dead by Daylight, that is available on all platforms, including Switch. Do you work for Behavior Loft? What a description. W ad indeed. They need to hire me. Honestly, they should consider it. My record player arrived today. Oh, cool. Is it like nice looking? Can we have a picture? I want to see. I wonder what we're doing here. Hold on. I need to talk to my girls. Because Sunny was still... Let me check about VC. Why is my mic like being difficult? Are you getting it for your birthday in 11 days? But it arrived today. Sorry, I was like, wait, did I not understand it right? Okay, you got it already. That's good. I am trying to see how I can do a collab. She's not ready. Invite guests. I don't know. I don't mind pulling an all-nighter because I have day off, so I can sleep after. I was up late last night as well because I did a lot of exciting things yesterday. Fur, welcome in, by the way. How are you? How is your weekend? Um, didn't she say 6? Oh, maybe she said 7. 6, 7. Did I just say that? Yeah, exciting day yesterday. Lots of scrims and practice and things. I was super hyped after all of that. So I could not sleep. So I was up late as well. And then this morning I had to get to the horses. And I'm like, yeah, I remember why I don't stay up late. I can't. I'm too old for it these days. You also got your speakers, but I need to send them back because I need self-powering speakers with a receiver. You live and learn. Ah, yes. I mean, if you can get it refunded, that's good, right? So you managed to like send it back. You don't like my hair right now. Better. Glenny, did you buy the husband's leaving. I was trying to say something. Not gonna lie to you, now that I think about it, there's something awfully fishy about Sanatka. He thinks, my moderator thinks you just called me a hoe. That's why I had to approve your message. You're good? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. No, that is funny. It's because they thought HOA, it's a typo. There's nothing you can do about it. And Mod was like, I don't think I can approve this message. They're calling you a hoe. Sorry for not being in the other stream. My phone broke. Oh, Fur, you're fine. You know it's chill here. I'm happy to see you here if you're here. And when you're here and to connect, and if it's not a good time or if something's up, we do something else. It's all good. It's all good. So you're fine. Fur, I hope you got either your phone fixed or you got a new phone. That's rough. If my phone breaks, I would cry. I would be a ball. I would be like sitting like a ball in a corner. It's it would not be good. Can I? You're dying? Yes. You wanted to type how? Yes. I see. It's an unfortunate typo. You got pizza? Let's go. I still have some pasta that I'm gonna have to devour at some point. It was leftovers from this week. So we literally had no time today to do to make any food. So I'm pretty happy with the pasta. You just wait her. She's 39.2. Yeah, that's really, really too. That's not how do you say? That's echt heel weinig. That's really low. 1.1 kilo in 4 days. Oh my god, that is so rough, Coffee. I hope things pick up soon. What does Eva want to do? I know that Sunny is doing another game. Let me check. You're calling Monday 8? Yes. Okay, we're gonna do warm-up. I don't know about 2v8 though. I have to say, yesterday I realized I'm not entirely excited about 2v8. I don't want to say any more. Maybe it's temporary. Maybe it's just this edition. But I am not really feeling the 2v8 at the mo. Let's find out. Hi Fowler, welcome in. I hope you're having a great weekend. It's also the thing, nobody's playing Torchbearer anymore. Like, I'm in a lobby. It's Escapist, Jen, 3 healers, and then there's me. With a beam. Thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel.
Call_me_agra followed your channel.
You're not feeling it either? Yeah, me too. I don't feel it. You type too fast. I mean, I do those typos all the time for it makes sense. We're going killer plus duo healers. Yes, Lake. I am looking forward to that. And that, what you just said, killer and duo, the double trouble healers, is exactly what I want to do. I'm really, really looking forward to that. So 100% looking forward to that. You're enjoying TCG Sim too much. 4 achievements left. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm glad, Glenny. It's a good time. That's what games should be. I hardly have any time to play anything. My schedule is so full right now. I really want to play the simulator, the video store. Yes, did you buy the charger? Because your headset, you didn't have a charger to charge both your headset and your controller, something. And then I said, how about you put that on your throne real quick and we get that situation solved. Glenny! Put it on your throne real quick! I cannot have you have a dead phone and or a dead headset ever again when we're gaming. It's not appropriate streamer etiquette. Well, I don't think I make this. Oh, yeah, I really don't. Oh my god, I did a jiggy. Oh my god, he found me. Okay, I loop. No. Oh, he hits me. Errors were made. I don't know how to do this, guys. I just see other people doing it and I'm like, yeah, I'm doing it too, but I don't know how to do it. Yes, you did, Fur. It was funny. Dutchies have a hard with correct on that word. Yes. How? Yeah. There's another one that's very dangerous. Hier and hoer. Alles goed hier. It's very unfortunate if you change one letter on that. That's rough. Did somebody finish my gen? Bro, I don't even know where I am right now. Yeah, with a little one letter difference means the difference between saying everything is okay here and everything is okay slot, basically. It's a very precarious situation. Are they holding hands? I kind of want to go for a try save. He knows everything, right? Yeah. It's a Twitch shirt, guys. I can't sneak anymore. I don't think I can stop. I think Wraith is still trying to catch me. Am I right? I'm pretty sure he's still coming for us. Oh, it was the... No, 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 no. You cannot. You cannot. I help. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Well, that's very unfortunate. Oh my god, it really is. Oh my god, that hits too. That girl's heal was 99, bro. That was not pretty. It was not pretty. Oh. I almost wanted to walk away. Where are we genning? You know what I think? This gen that was like 99 never got done. I guess it wasn't that gen. This gen is almost done. Let me help out. You got sandbagged the other day on a 99 heal. I was raging. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Oh, it's hella rough. You're getting dressed for work? I want to sleep so bad. Oh, shit. I hope it's a good shift, though. And, you can sleep after. Oh, you need to go, you need to go, you need to go, you need to go. Oh, that's unlucky. Yeah, I die. Let me send back someone. Hold on. Pellets? Okay. No. 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 Fuck. I have a window here, right? Hold on. No, no, no. Oh, no mind games. GG's. Bro, there's 4 people that got a hook in this game. How am I dead? Like, nobody died. Nobody died. I feel targeted, honestly. It's a Twitch shirt, isn't it? GG's. Nana, how were your games last night? I left you with Sketch, which was a mistake, obviously. How can I leave you in his hands at his mercy? Joe was the problem for real? I don't know if I can believe that. My Joe would not be the problem. Nana, enjoy your daily dog with me. Thank you for the 8. He did laugh at that joke. You had some good jokes. You always have good jokes, Nana. I hope the games were alright. Did you ever, I mean, did you end up on 2v8? Did you ever manage to get some prestiges on Kate to have a look at windows to help you with chase and looping? Just checking, guys, because of this picks and bans situation. You have been using Windows. How do you like it? Some people find it overwhelming. For me, it's all the difference. Windows and Fast Track. Is it still though? It got nerfed, no? I always liked Fast Track. I liked old Fast Track. I think I was the only one. I liked old Fast Track. Oh! That was a TikTok comment you got? Nah, people crying about your builds? Must be killer, man. I don't know. I mean, here we have a time called siesta. Yes, where you sleep. It's from 12 to 4. I don't do siesta, but I do feel tired. I mean, you could occasionally consider a siesta, right? Hi, Jordan. Did you play yet? Yes. So we played in Unity of the Fog tournament. We were the second team on, Jordan. So we played already. We won our games. It was a ghoul game and a lich game. I played the lich game. We are 5 in the team, so we decide per match who plays. I played the lich game on Survivor, and we got through. So we are playing the semifinals of the tournament tomorrow. We are going against some familiar faces. We're going against Eugene, 7cm Princess, for those of you that don't know. We're going against Slender, who is actually a member of D4C but had registered for the tournament solo before they joined our team. And some other absolute correct juicers. So picks and bans are for that today. So I will be taking a small break when that needs to be done. Because that's something that's done simultaneously with the other team. And it needs to be handled tonight because we're playing tomorrow. You joined them on 2v8 for a couple. We were in the Discord, so it was interesting. Oh, that must have been. Honestly, 2v8 hurts my soul. Is it this just 2v8 in general, Nena, or this edition? Because I'm not feeling 2v8 this time. I don't know why. Then they call Loftus a serve bot. Why would they call Loftus a serve bot? BRB? Alright, I wasn't able to see your set. Glad you made it through. Yeah. Even though Christy made it, so all the people I want to support are facing each other in the head. Yeah, Deeds and semis. Well, Jordan, I appreciate you. I saw you in the chat. I appreciate you hanging out, showing support for everyone. All of the people playing are absolutely wonderful. It's such a good tournament. I'm really, really proud to be a part of it. How long am I on? I'm not sure. I need to see how I feel. I have so much going on today. Okay, I literally don't have anything else to do but game and stream. Okay, this is good to know as well. So I would say at least 2 or 3 more hours. Maybe longer, but it also depends. When we do picks and bans, if my team decides they want to do any sort of practice or team stuff to prepare for the semis tomorrow. But yeah, I think I'm comfortable saying at least another 2-3 hours. Yes, we are going against Princess, against 7. Your wait, your can I do an eval? Your siestas are 12 to 8. I do siestas usually. It's around the same times. I generally try to, because I get up early, right? I generally try to if I really need to catch up on sleep, I nap at 2 p.m. so that I have my evening free again for other stuff. W streamer, I know, right? And we have lots of streams next week, guys. We have a lot of collabs, a lot of games to be had. It's gonna be a good time. I think it's just this iteration 2v8. Lately, I just want my perks and toolbox. I feel you, Nana. I agree. I'm also like, where's my perks? I kind of like my build right now. So it's like, yeah, I want those things. Is Sunny joining? Let's see. You have to go. All right, Fur. Have a good shift. Thanks for hanging out. Glad to hear you are all right. Lola! Hi, my Lola. Welcome in. How are you? Happy weekends. Thank you so much for the redeem. Enjoy your treats. Thank you for the 5. How is your weekend? I mean, it's probably just morning for you still, no, Lola? You have a whole weekend ahead of you. You're running to the farmer's market to look for dog shoes? Oh! I might be on soon. I'd love to join up. Yeah, let me check if we're doing open lobbies. It's good for me. Eva said she's fine, but we really didn't discuss it. I didn't think about it because normally we do a 2v8 collab. It's with 2 people, right? And you just play killer and nobody can join. But yeah, I'm 100% down. Let's keep in touch. Micah, can we ban Lofty? He was bullying me. Now, why is he bullying you, Lola? I might have to review this and see what my decision is. Yeah, it's 9 a.m. Okay, good. Just you have a whole weekend ahead of you. That's perfect. We're at the end of our day here in the Netherlands. It's 6 p.m. 6:20. Okay, Sunny's here. I think we're doing a voice call. Hello. How was your game? Hey, yo, let's go. That's what we like to see. No, it's good. It's fine for me. Yeah, it's fine for me.
Thank you guys. Ahead on stream right now.
Yeah, same here.
Confirm.
Okay, perfect. Let's do. I'll get the. Oh, here it is. Perfect.
Do you want to come? Oh, you're already here. Holy.
Yeah, I'm clicking on things. I'm trying to get it together.
Perfect.
There we go. Do you guys see the stream together? Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Show
Yes.
My friends' names. Okay, good.
It should be good. I see you
Okay,
in
perfect.
all
I
of
see
the.
it. Now, I don't know if you guys know how to do this or want to do this, but do you want your cameras on my screen? Or you know what I mean, vice versa?
The last time I did that, it actually crashed my PC.
Oh.
Never mind then, never mind.
So if you're okay with just my voice, that's fine.
Oh no, yeah, I don't want that. I'm so sorry.
I don't know. I'm just a bit scared of doing it now. Like, it probably will be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
I would be scared too, but we don't want to test that.
I'll
Yeah, exactly.
No. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD for Unity in the Fog today, cause they just somebody was playing artists, and I'm like, oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, you
Oh
want to go and see
my.
that, 100%.
Yeah, I'm so excited, you guys. Okay, so I'm trying my best to find a killer that I can main for tournaments.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
W.
I'm like super excited for that. Did your friend want
Love
comms, or did we like?
No,
Or they're
no,
okay
he's
just
fine.
playing?
He's fine.
Okay.
He just wants to show off, I guess. So he'll probably get some nice
Please
gamer
show
saves.
off. Please. Also, we are open. If anybody does want to join us, you guys can join us. We just won't have comms, you guys, just to let you know.
Yeah. And we are on UK servers right now. Just an FYI.
Perfect.
But if we do want to move to American servers, your servers at some point, Sunny.
Yeah, it's fine if you're struggling with ping.
Yeah.
We can definitely change.
I think I'll be fine. We should be fine.
Cool.
Yeah, I think we should be fine. But also, I wouldn't know if we're struggling. The only time I would know is if I'm like rubber banding too bad. But like most of the time, I don't be like, am I lagging? Is something? Let's see. How was y'all's day? Because you guys are at the end of your day. I'm at the beginning of mine. Y'all live in the future. I live in the past.
Yeah, busy day
Yeah.
for me. I was up late last night because with tourney practice.
Yeah.
And I just get so hyped from it, right? Like I can't go to bed after tourney practice. I'm like, oh, like hype, like adrenaline and everything. So I went to bed maybe 2 a.m. Got up at 10.
my
Had to go
goodness.
to the stable Saturday morning. I work at the horses. It's lovely weather
yeah.
out here today, so it was a really good time. All the horses were super cute. So I did that, and then had to get home, do some errands, and then yeah, just getting ready for tourney. You know, everybody has
Yeah.
their own way of prepping for a tourney.
For
I
sure.
like to just play a few games. Some people like to do 1v1s. Other people just like chilling, hanging out in chats. Waking up. Some people were waking up still. No, I'm not calling anybody
Yeah.
out. Um,
That sounded very much called out.
yeah. It's a
That's
Nemi for
hilarious.
sure. Yeah, then we had our tourney game, and then I was cat sitting today as well, so I went to hang out with the cats, but they were also super cute. And
Oh my gosh.
yeah, then got ready for stream, some food, and arranging some stuff for tourney tomorrow because we're playing semifinals. And my team is actually playing another set right now.
Oh my god.
They
For a
are?
league. Yeah, they're playing right now.
Wait, you're not in that one?
No, so because we made these plans, and they had enough players,
Oh,
we
okay.
decided
Who's
other
playing?
people play. Yeah, we're like that's the thing with a big team. You know, you can't always make every date.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
kind of like take turns or splits basically who plays what.
Mhm.
It gives everyone like a chance to rest as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody's in chase. Somebody just went down. Leon went down. Both of the killers are biting at me. At the trash can.
Listen, I got distracted by the moonwalks.
I'm heading to the back of the map to get the people off of hill. I was at the back of
He
the
said he called
Oh,
you a
really?
flop and a bottom. I even said he'd ban me all the time if he could.
I don't know.
Nah.
I don't know if he's
It's unheard of, Lola.
Thank you.
Why is he making trouble like that?
Let me heal you up.
Get him banned and Sketch as well? I'll ban Sketch. No issue. Where is he? Let me
It's
ban that.
Wesker.
Let me ban him real quick.
Oh,
and
it
then
was?
me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we don't want the PC crashing. My camera's up on her screen. It's like big as fuck though. Like, and I'm like taking over her whole screen, basically. when's Horses of Hoofprint Bay out? Not until
Oh,
end of the
crap.
year, if they
Here's the
launch
care
at
radius,
all.
just to let you guys know. West
I'm in the
Beyond has
Discord,
no
right? I'm keeping up to date with their progress because I want to do content for them.
Stormy, welcome in. Good to see you. How's your day?
They said that they got wishlisted on Steam 40,000 times, which was great progress. But they're looking to have more.
Hey, Steve. Hey, I'm here.
But yeah, I'm hoping end of the year. I am getting
You?
chased off of
You know, I'm the
every
person
gen.
that just got on hook.
The zombies on 2v8, I think, is a problem. It's you can't do a
Yeah.
gen, you can't do a heal.
Yeah.
It's too much.
No.
Then you're finally on a gen, then you have 2 killers up your ass. It's just
Yeah.
not a good time.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
zombies
no,
on
it's not.
2v8, it seems like they're getting paid extra. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
They're getting overtime pay.
They are. They're about to double team Adam. I don't know if
Yeah,
Adam's
double
with us.
team.
Like I have a beam and I barely have any juice left to save someone
Yeah,
because I'm
exactly.
blinding the zombies for trying to do a gen. Like, what is this? Here we go. There's 2. There we, oh, there's 3. Hold on. 3 and an enemy. You want some of this? It's just not fun. Hello.
Every time I type back into a game, it adds me out.
Westiana. Oh my gosh. Somebody just got knocked in the side of their freaking head.
That was me.
I saw a green thing. Oh, I didn't see it.
It's too hot. Oh, it's
no,
so
I'm
nice
getting
out,
hot.
Glenny. It's beautiful weather. It's hard to find infested for indie
They're
games,
definitely
yeah.
working together. 2 on me. Okay. Westiana is heading to the back of the map where the gym just popped. Dang, I didn't see a green thing. Yeah, I hate dealing with nemesis. Oh,
It's the houses
I don't
also,
know,
isn't it?
like,
Hi,
I
Fred.
think
Welcome
that
in.
them
How are
speeding
you?
up the crackheads
Happy
really
weekend.
was unnecessary. Like, super unnecessary last season.
Yeah, no, it definitely is completely unnecessary. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's warm.
They should
I
really
get it.
remember to, like,
It's
choose-
we've got good insulation in our
Exactly.
house,
Oh my
so
gosh,
it's
look at this. I
it's
come out
not
the
as
door
bad.
and a crackhead right here.
PLX Fred, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much.
Hillax Frat followed your channel.
2v8? No, 2v8 is 2v8, okay?
You've been waiting for a
You're gonna
game
do it for
that
the
hadn't
VP.
anything
I'll
announced
take a
anything in
look
3
at the
years
game.
until
I'll
last
tell you
week
that
when they
right
showed a trailer and gave release
The love
window.
is gone.
Whoa,
Ooh.
that's a long time waiting for a game.
Save me, you scared me.
So, you know that it's going to live now? Yeah, 3 years. Yeah, that's the thing. It just takes long.
Yeah, exactly. Same. And I use 2v8 to practice killers that I don't have too much experience in. So I actually have played nurse in 2v8 a few times, you guys. You won't see that, but I've been doing it offline.
That's good. 2v8 is good to practice stuff and try stuff out. How did your nurse games go?
They went as expected, you know?
Yeah, I play nurse. I know.
How do you blink backwards? Oh, I don't even know. I somehow ended up in the same spot that I was 2 seconds ago.
Isn't that an add-on? I mean, not on 2vh, it's not, but there is an add-on for blinking back.
Oh, somehow I keep blinking in the same spot. It's crazy. Wait, Steve, come here.
That's
Steve
tough.
left. I just saw a green thing. Steve.
It's made by 2 people? Yeah, the horses game is also made by 2
Any of
people.
you, where are you guys?
I'm on a hook now, next to the Leon by statue.
Okay, I'm coming down there. Alright, come on. I'm gonna get the Leon first. Actually, I'll get you and then we'll go deeper into the game or by the statue. Let's see. Yeah, I can't even heal open chests or do gens because all these zombies. Exactly. I can't do any of this stuff. It makes me so, like, when I tell you on RPD, you guys know heli. When I was on the
Yeah.
helicopter gen on 2v8, all of a sudden a zombie spawned right behind me and I was
Yeah.
trapped.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. And I was
That's
already in the game,
insane.
so I couldn't get the recording to start. Oh, I'm fully infected. I gotta find me some spray. There's nothing showing white for me to spray myself. Oh, I'm cooked, friends. Can't spray myself.
I
See,
see.
there's no
There's a
spray
spray.
left.
There's one on the floor at car park.
I'm in his grasp right now, but I can't see any spray because I'm fully infected. I don't know.
Oh,
It's not showing no spray.
I'll bring you one.
Yeah, I'm on a hook. You're good.
Yeah. I mean, it's
I was just thinking of only 2 zombies.
it's
Yeah, I
hedge,
don't know
kind of
who
hedge
this is.
game.
It's a hatch game. Leave
I
me
mean,
on
we're
the,
3
leave-
people.
I don't know who thought to make it 4 zombies instead of 2, but then like when I think about the iteration of like putting someone like the knight in the game, how many crackheads will they let the knight have, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's something I think about too.
Well, I got spotted by
Night in
Wesker.
2v8 sounds.
Yeah, that should not be a thing.
Angel underscore DuBois 182 followed your channel.
Oh hell no.
Yes, please.
Oh, no, that sucks.
I'm looking for Doc to be in it. I'm looking for Mommy.
Oh, I was really hoping a hatch would be here. Ain't no hatch here. Okay, I'll catch you later, Wesker. Bye. Or maybe I should have dropped it. I don't know. No, I'm Gucci. Hold on.
You got this.
Well, the hatches are closed. How lucky. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy weekends. GG's. Gamers, I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break. We're gonna do it now before we go in the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. Does anybody want to join? Is there a gamer that wants to get in on this 2v8 madness? You've played 135 days on TCG. 135 days. Wow. I guess the only simulator that I played, like, was the water park one. Let's see if we can put Sonny on the screen here. Hold on. Yeah, I know in-game. I know. That's what I'm saying. And I think I played the water park simulator. I was on 40 days, I think, when I got to 5 stars. No? Or am I lying for attention? Maybe it was like 50 days, but still, that's a lot of days. Huh. Sunny, if you turn your camera on in the guest star, I will also have your camera on mine.
Yes, ma'am. Let's see. Let me close my door. My door be open. Feel free to shrink mine because all you see is my back wall.
Yeah, mine is really big on yours as well.
I
Like
have
the
it
from the
to-
bottom or something. Okay, this I can see yours is blurry for me. Is it too much?
Yeah?
Is it too much
Okay.
bandwidth?
Hold on, I'll fix it. Okay, how's it
Yes,
now?
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, it likes to do that for some reason, like automatically bitrate me. I don't know why. But how's it look? You good? You're on the top of mine.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Yay!
Cool.
Go eat. I don't have time to eat yet. I'll eat later.
Now we're tech professionals, us.
No, ladies in STEM. Hey.
No,
I'm
girls,
telling
that's
them.
literally me. I am literally women in STEM.
Look at y'all. And look, I be trying.
Oh, dear.
I'm enjoying this. Like learning how to put everybody on my screen and stuff. Like I'm enjoying that.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
computer should be strong enough to do it. I got this computer like a year ago, like literally last April. So this computer, when I tell y'all, this is the biggest purchase I've ever made outside of my car. I'm going down to the basement actually to do that gen underground.
Oh, there's a Wesker. Oh shit!
That was
no.
fast.
It is a Tommy as well. They tag team me.
Oh yeah, I see him. Wesker with me
I
now.
know, me too. She's already eating with these games. You know what? Yes. Look at this.
Oh,
Jade
this is
skin, you guys.
yeah,
This
yeah.
Jade skin is
Oh my
fire.
god. Wesker is on 270 ping. Heads up.
Oh my
Love
god.
that for us.
I don't even know what my pink
Sunny
is.
does have the best hair. Sunny, we love your hair.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yes,
it.
we all love your hair, honey.
I appreciate y'all. I try
You
my
bought a sim
best.
game solely for the easy. I know, Glenny. You like to have your 100% on Steam. There's nothing wrong with that. I can respect it.
But I hadn't dyed it since like 2016. Come on, come with me, come with me.
Where are we going? Oh.
We're gonna get these other two people off.
We need to get Evan back.
We gotta get the team off. Hold on, wait. There we go.
Oh.
Huh. The scare was real.
What are you doing? Let me heal you! Let me heal you!
Oh my god, they're literally holding hands. Holy moly.
Is that
Next.
person said name say beans and toast?
What?
It's a Spiriante. You guys, I'm a bot. I ran right in front of this man.
He's lagging so hard.
Yeah.
Nah, he ain't lagging on me.
Yeah, she's kind of up there too, ping-wise. Nah, they came to slay. They're here to do business, them. Holy
They really
hell.
are. They're definitely here to work.
Yeah, did you see that, Glenny? Like, what the fuck? People were telling me to stream it on Cozy. We love when you stream games
Yes,
on
Pancake, you
Cozy.
Pancake, just let me know. We have a spot open. We just won't have comms. But you're more than welcome to join us. But we're playing with our friends from across the pond, so your ping might be a little high. Like, I'm West Coast, so they're in Norway. So, but you're more than welcome to join, yes. I have a spot available. I think each one of us get one spot. Come on, come join us.
Yeah.
Come through, boo. We would love to have more friends play with us.
Norway? Who's from Norway? There's a killer right there. Maybe I don't go there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, they get to see me. That is, yeah, I just died. Oh, look at. I'm Norwegian? I didn't know, Glennie. I didn't know I was Norwegian.
I'm gonna go get this other person.
Bro, you're lagging so bad that you... They missed the first hit because of the lag. That's crazy. I just died.
Someone already got you. Let me help you.
Okay.
Go get me some spray. You ain't finna get me to play. Look, Cardi, one day I'm gonna get you back on this game. So my ping is gonna be out at the roof.
She's still going for me. She found someone else.
Hopefully they're confusing my footsteps with yours now.
Yeah, that was W. Thank you, Evo.
Wesker's over
You're
here.
welcome.
Is someone in chase? Oh, yeah, that person's in chase. Excuse me. Look, I live on the West Coast. I think my ping is gonna be the most.
That was
crazy.
nearly as funny as when someone thought Loftus was a
But
dog.
You're all good. Is that their death?
Yes, I remember that.
I didn't even touch the... No, Spiriante!
Oh. Ben just got choked out by the Wesker. So easy.
She's phasing, she's phasing.
Wesker's eating a lot of blast mine though. I'm enjoying this.
Yes. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Sunflower, yes. Yes, another whiff. Whiff again, mamas. I go down here. I go down here.
You howled, you can't lie. It was unfortunate.
I did not score. It's a glitch in my mic. I would never. You guys, I don't know if I'll ever get used to people having voice lines. Come here.
Yeah, I wish you could turn it off. Like, I would play
I wish you could too.
characters like Lara if I
definitely
could
wish-
turn off the voice lines.
There was an option to turn off these voice lines, because please. Pretty please. Oh, they had to call each other.
Yeah.
Damn. I just got off the hook, Weskiana, please.
They are slugging me though.
Yeah, we're
I
here.
appreciate you, Cardi. V is a yapper in DBD. This is my first time playing her.
Oh, I have Wigglyf, I think.
Was that my death hook? Oh, it's my death hook. Jeez, I didn't know that. Let me mute myself because dead people don't talk.
Oh my god, Eva with the jukes. Holy hell.
Oh. God damn. Oh, imagine. Imagine!
Imagine!
Oh my
I
God.
imagined, I imagined.
Imagine! Oh my god, my goat, my goat. Oh, she wants me so bad. Oh, never mind. That's fine.
I beat you to it, Glennie. I clipped it, but thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Mosha. Hi, welcome in. Happy Saturday. And Jared Daddy Doggo Treat, thank you for the 6. How are you?
What are you talking about? Fockers are so cute. They're adorable.
This game is rough. This killer is on 80 ping, and the other killer's on 200, and they were
It's like,
teaming up together for the longest time as well. Oh, here we go.
oh my god.
Yeah, I can't with these gamers. I have nothing.
Look at the dice.
A Z-wall. Hold on.
Oh,
Almost juking them, almost. Yeah, we're just chilling. I am recovering from tourney this afternoon. It's so stressful.
yeah,
For
that's
me,
really
I
good
put a
as
lot
well.
of stress on
That's
myself.
right,
I'm the
Sally.
problem. It's good. Like, I want to play tourneys. You meet wonderful people. It's so exciting to work, you know, together towards this moment where,
Let's go. Let's go.
the moment when you are having to play your game. There's so much strategy and stuff involved in it. I find it really, really interesting. But I get so stressed. So the games right now, we are chilling. Hi on Deadby. Spirit is spiriting. Nah, for real. I mean, with
to this gen.
ping like that. Let's see if
Oh, it's like no
Evo
further.
can get
Wait, was this the gen? Oh no,
head
it's not
share.
over there. My bad.
With them teaming up the whole time. There's so little there. She's struggling. What
She
a
is.
juke. What a juke.
Where's the cage? Oh, it's all the way over there. God damn. Okay. Oh no. He's blind. Okay. Where's the hatch?
Yes, I hear one. Beautiful.
hear it.
Deserved. Let's see if the other... Yes, the other Talita also got hatched. Let's go.
Hey, let's
W
go.
hatches.
Oh.
That was so good.
God team. I don't know about that. We'll take it.
Wait, Pancake, why'd you leave? I'll invite you again. Hold on. Your DVD crashed? Okay.
We can wait.
We'll wait
These
a couple.
things
Yeah,
happen.
we'll wait a couple
Yeah,
minutes.
we got time.
Yeah. No, not that face. It's okay. We'll wait. Definitely we'll wait. So, MV.
Yeah.
When is your next tournament? So okay, first steps first. How long is this Unity tournament?
It's just this weekend. So it's a community tournament.
Mhm.
Today is all of the first round games. So there's 4 games in total. There will be 8 teams, 4 games. There will be 4 winners, and those 4 winners will play the semi-finals tomorrow. That's I can send you the
So
time
this is all
zone.
day.
It's an afternoon. Yeah, so we started at I think the tourney started around 1:30 p.m. here local time. And they should be about their last game around, I think officially in 10 minutes is the last game. And so we have semis tomorrow, and
Pancakes
the winners of those
345
semis
followed
play
your
the
channel.
final match also right after. So that's all this weekend. So it's first rounds today and semis and finals tomorrow.
Okay. Are either one of you in any upcoming tournaments outside of this one, the Unity one? Do you have any other tournaments coming up?
I don't at the moment.
Yeah, so we're in a league. So the game that my team is playing right now is called Altruism League, and it's like we're in a pool phase with, I don't know, I want to say, let's say 8 teams.
Yeah.
So for 7 weeks, you have one set a week. And then at the end, yeah, and it's week 2 is now. Week 3 is already planned for next week. So coming week we'll be planning week 4.
Okay.
And at the end of that, there will be your place. You're like first place. You're like second, third, fourth, fifth, everything. And I think the first 2 advance to a bracket stage round. And the third, I think, have to play a placement match. Like, for some leftover spots, something like that.
Okay. Now, Evo, are you looking to play on any more tournaments? Or are you just chilling?
I would if one came across my desk, kind of thing.
Hi,
I'm
Granny,
not,
welcome
like-
in. I hope you're well. Happy
That's the
weekend.
thing, like,
Thank you so much for
I'm-
the follow. I appreciate your
I'm
support for
not,
the
like,
channel.
actively looking for
Masha, thank you
tournaments,
so much for the 5-stream
but
streak.
I would,
Thank you
like,
for your support.
if, like,
I
one
want
of
to
you
P100
guys or
Talita.
someone else
Join me
was
up
like,
here,
"Hey,
gamer. I'm
I'd be
P80.
like, yeah, sure, go
Come
on."
join me, P100 Talita. Granny,
I
enjoy your
have-
daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 42.
They are fun. I have accidentally went down a rabbit hole and have 4 tabs up of tournaments coming up. So that's why I was asking if you're looking for any tournaments, because like, I know I'm a killer, but
I mean, we can do it.
I'm interested. I'm 100% interested. If I
Yeah.
can make it, because you know, I'm traveling for the DBD Montreal party from June 2nd.
Oh, congratulations! That's amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But yeah,
I'm
if I can
looking
fit
forward
it
to going too.
in my schedule, I'm 100% down to playing turning.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I will put all the information that I have so far in the chat, in our group chat, to see if like Anna wants to join.
Yeah.
Stay and I have half talked about it, but we keep like getting distracted. #ADHD, because I bring up like 100 things at one time. It's just like,
I don't know. Where do I start? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna organize all my thoughts and I'll put it in our group chat for us. But
Yeah, cool.
really
I'm excited.
I found 4 charity tournaments. For
That's
us.
huge. How the hell did you do that? That is
Well,
huge.
one is in like 2 weeks.
I mean, we
Oh
if we play as a team, we're good, right? We've got the practice.
Yeah,
we
we're
know what
pretty
we're
done.
capable of. I don't
Very
mind
true. Very, very true.
going out
So,
for 2 weeks.
One's in the fall in like October. Another one's in September. That one is one that's through the guilds. That one's I think through Latin Guild.
I was looking at
so-
that. I didn't think I qualified because I'm not Latin.
Oh, I thought it was open to all of us.
Oh.
So I saw a couple of tournaments come up in the women's guild, and some of them were like a Latin like history month thing. So I read it, and I had the feeling that they wanted to like talk about like heritage and stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I will be there, support all of you, but
Yeah.
I can't play.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's that strict or specific.
Oh, I didn't know. I knew it was like heritage. It said heritage, but I wasn't sure if it was like for Latin, like you had to have Latin heritage to join.
Yeah, we gotta check that.
Move the
Then
screen.
thank
Oh,
you for the
thank you.
67 bits.
6,
Thank you.
7. Okay.
Thank you guys.
It's that day
Yeah.
already. It's fine.
Yeah.
I had your screen up on top of my screen.
I saw that. I was like, I'm looking at myself 3 times now. I have my own cam up, and then I have your stream up, and then you're watching me on your stream. It's a lot of me. I can take it.
Hi, Phantom, welcome in.
Dracula and probably Score Enemy.
Oh, Nemi. That's where it's
Oh yeah, it's a Draciana. He's already in chase.
Yeah, it was the Ace was trying to impress me with their moonwalks. It didn't go well for them.
I told you.
Purple
all they do
beam
is show
for
off.
Poor
me?
Ace. He was moonwalking, yeah. I'm sure it looked good. I didn't get to see it. Do it again, Ace.
We got some funny
Oh, I
gamers in here. I can respect it.
What this guy
Oh, that's a
does is
rat, y'all.
awesome.
I thought this was a crow. This is a rat.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus. That was clean, not gonna lie. What's up? Hi, bruh. Great to see you. Happy Saturday. This one's a two-personer.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay, no worries. You guys know who I don't like going against in 2v8 or period, honestly. It's like a one-hit killer. So like, someone like Bubba.
Sandbagging, hold on. Oh!
They're besties.
Yeah, Billy, you mean. Because it's one hit down. Ghostface?
Ghostface, yes, Ghostface. Oh my gosh. Happy Saturday, how are you? What you got planned for today, my love? So good to see you. Thank you for being here and your beautiful energy. I'm gonna go get the... Waste your time chasing me, bro. DVD is DVDing, you know?
Your
I
Ghostface
don't know
cup
what my
arrived.
king
It's
is
so
this week.
good.
Check it
I
out.
don't believe you, Glenny. It can't be any good. It cannot,
Is it
technically,
decent? It was 180 last
be
like,
anything
Yeah,
No.
if it's
180.
got a ghost face.
Oh, perfect. That's totally fine. Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Sunflower Crew. I'm Sunny. Nice to meet you. Yeah, this. Oh shit! I got stuck on a cart. Oopsie.
It's high quality. That's nice, though.
Happy to have you.
That's a good thing. There's just
Oh,
zombies
yes,
everywhere.
yes.
Like, there's just zombies everywhere.
I
I
know.
can't.
There are.
It's like someone has to always be baiting a zombie. Oh my
Oh wait,
god.
and I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like the flashlights go so fast. Thank you. I followed the YouTube too. Thank you so much.
What
I
is he
appreciate it.
hitting?
Oh my god.
Are you in chase?
Kind of?
Nah, they're doubling
Maybe
on
they-
Pancake now, I think.
Yeah.
Shit, your gamer's gonna go second.
Oh no.
Oh, someone saved him.
Oh, I voted into life,
So did I.
bro. Thank you. Whoa, that was a big swing, my guy. I wasn't a fan. Oh my god.
Thank you, love, for the update. I really appreciate it. That's huge. That's a huge result. Which was this? This was the ghoul set. Hi, only welcome in. What are your thoughts on the team?
Yeah, get stunned.
This gamer's cracked, by the way. Holy hell. He needs to go.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Okay.
was a 70 ping hit.
Oh, well, I'm kinda... Oh. Oh. Yeah, there's nothing there. Oh, there's no door here. Oh, that's a wall. I like it. You used to fuck up for 4 gens. Oh, Chucky said! This was the Chucky set? Gamer, you hate Chucky! That's huge! Well done! You locked the fuck in, didn't you? Okay, so we're ahead 1-0. That's huge. Chucky was our pick, I bet.
The one
It's they sent the survey out, right, for the 2v8. This is what the zombies is what's sending me. Look at this. I'm going from one gen to the next gen and there's already zombies.
Already. There's so much going on. There's a zombie there, Ben. Nah. Ugh. That pallet window combos can't go. Oh, and a boss line. Love that.
Okay, good luck, Loft. You got this. You know everything about ghoul. You go fuck up that ghoul real quick.
Oh my god. Oh no, not the zombie. Get away from me.
Who let the dogs out?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel.
LDR
so
Headshot
much.
followed your channel.
Zombie were giving. Oh, another boss line. Jeez.
Oh my god, there's no doors. Yeah, you're not gonna believe this, gamers, but last week I was at a party. You guys know I was in London, right, for a hockey tournament, and I was at the party, the Sunday party, and I just I watched our whole tourney set. This is the door thing. Oh no. I watched the whole thing. The whole set. On myself. At the party. Oh, I'm.
Yeah, you're right. This light is cooking.
I'm back in this corner. Oh, I get tunneled out here. 2v1. Thank you, gamer. Thank you. You're amazing. Oh. Oh, yeah. Into nothing. Unlucky.
Maybe you get paid. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Look at this. Right in front of you. Okay.
What?
No. Hello? Oh! No! So sorry!
That's that was unlucky to say the least.
was so
We
wild.
tried.
I'm sorry, I fucked
We
up the
tried.
detail.
No, what?
I'm
Didn't you
sorry.
get pushed off? I thought you were gonna go first, and then it looked like you got
Well, I
pushed
don't
off,
know.
and then I tried, and then there was no prompt, and then there was a pick, and then there was an early beam.
Oh, I don't know.
An early beam from the. I would have had it.
I think it was because you both beamed together, so it did the beam faster, right? So...
My beam didn't hit until after hers.
Oh. Oh, just right.
Unlucky. It was a good effort. We
Oh.
tried, gamer. We tried.
Big sad, big sad.
Mm.
It's alright, he's used to dying with me in the lobby anyway. Loving that Dwight fit. Get some more words on, shall we?
Pancake's gonna take a break because their DVD keeps crashing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so
fine.
frustrating.
Yeah, if anybody else wants to join, we have one spot. At least I have
Yeah.
one spot in the Sunflower crew. I
Nah,
don't
we've
know,
got
but
4
we're-
spots technically. I
I
have
mean,
no
yeah,
one,
we have
so
four
we're
spots,
good.
so
Yeah, we're
let's
chilling.
just do it like first come, first serve.
Yeah,
If anyone wants to join,
that's it.
join. Like, we're,
Yeah, please.
yeah, I mean, I don't think I have anyone that wants to join right now, so...
Hey, is Anna streaming right now?
Yes, I think for the,
Yeah, it's the community. The
the
DVD
community-
Twitch
the DVD
Twitch
community
Women's
thing
Guild
is-
community
Oh, I
games.
thought that was on Sundays.
No, it's on Saturdays
really?
at this time.
Yeah, it
Oh,
usually is on Sundays.
Oh.
But I think,
okay.
I
Because
think
I was
they
like,
changed it for some reason.
okay. I was so confused, and I was like, wait, why is Anna on? Y'all, if y'all don't know Anna, Anna is one of our friends that is a juicer. Like,
Joker.
juicer
Both her
times
beam
100.
saves got included in
Yeah.
the Team
Oh,
Journey
yeah.
YouTube video. They're so good. I'm glad I submitted that.
So, yes, so
Yeah.
good.
That was good. Honestly, it made me feel so happy rewatching the
Yes.
compilation.
Yes.
Because I was just like, oh my god, look at us. I'll put it in my chat just in case anyone does want to watch it. It was the tournament that we were in. It must have been a couple of months ago now, right?
Already, yeah.
It feels like
Which is
forever
crazy.
It
ago
was
that we were in that
March.
I
tournament.
know.
It was March, but it feels forever.
I know. But yeah, if anyone wants to go and watch the highlight video, it's in my chat.
Who let the dogs out?
Baroque Sphinx followed your
Welcome
channel.
in. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. I hope you're having a great weekend.
Okay, let's get it. I'm gonna make it out this time, you guys. Let's get it.
Oh yeah.
We got it. Yes.
Another Dracula.
Another Dracula. What's with
Oh,
you
damn.
guys across the pond in Dracula?
I've not
Oh, I
seen this
know.
many. I think it's you.
You're right. You're right. It might be me. I haven't seen a crack.
I hear.
I don't.
Oh.
Oh, it's Daddy Ray. It's Daddy Ray. I heard the
Oh,
bell.
yeah, Sonny, that's your expertise. You go, Loop.
Oh yeah. Daddy, I love you. You guys, I'm getting a shirt made that with Wraith and Daddy Doc's face, and it says, "But Daddy, I love him."
That is so good.
I'm so excited. You think? Look, that's so funny because I don't think. Oh no, Daddy's here.
Oh, that sounds weird.
Oh, you missed. You missed, baby. I'm so sorry. Me, don't hate me, please. He dropped Chase. Okay, okay. Oh, you got that. Can I get a clip, please?
Oh. I mean, he needed the aura to see me there.
So sorry. I didn't mean to juice you like that. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I ran into that. That's so
I
unlucky.
had to real quick.
You got this. You got this. It's free. No. Double blind saves. Yeah, she's blaming the Ada. I can see it. I think she had it, the Nia, if the Ada would have left it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you can't do two flashlights.
Yes, but it has to be timed exactly at the same time. That's why you see people, when they're on voice chats, double blinding, they go 3, 2, 1 now, and then they blind together.
Okay.
I would be raging if I was just Wraith, to be honest. Oh, I'm raging. He's on 50, okay.
Lake, thank you for the dance. Yay, the new animation is working.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Rachel's outfit. Somebody's on the hook in the middle of the map.
Did you like that dog, Lenny? I chose it last week because some reason. Look, he's dancing. Here it is. Nah, you're lying. You saw it. You just went again because there's no cooldown. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad, you guys.
That's
Is
the best
Blastbind is so bugged right now, Evo. Are you having any problems?
I haven't
Yeah, I was
noticed them.
scrimming yesterday with the team, and they said you have to take off Blastbind. It's so bugged right now. You can't play it. I was like,
didn't know
oh.
that.
I was
I
like,
haven't
poor
noticed.
Evo. Okay, you've not had any problems. Okay, well, good.
Poor Evo.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god. This girl's life comes with that perk.
My entire reason for living.
Yes.
Oh my guys. I haven't noticed it, but then again, I haven't been playing a whole lot of people recently.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
It was fine on Sunday, so unless it was the...
Oh, you went to follow the girls? Thank you, Lake. I appreciate that.
Killer Shack? Come on.
Spread Lake is my double trouble healer duo on 2v8. So we both slab on the healer, and then we go to the person in chase, and then we double heal them in chase. That's our life.
Love that. Spread like thank you so much for the follow. My god. Oh, it's just you, right? I was about to say everyone's in a cage right now, but it's just you.
Everyone. The whole
You are
team
everyone.
is
You
in a
are-
cage.
You are my everyone.
I don't know why they need to 3-man a gen when I'm dying over here. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no. It's alright, I got you, bro. I got you.
I'm
Oh.
on my way, dear me.
Help is on
Oh,
the way.
shoot. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, you can go now, Nia. Like, it's too late.
Wait, turn around. Come back. I'm gonna go get that other person off the hook. This is my first year. I just hit my 1 year anniversary. Congratulations.
This Nia is very outspoken.
Yeah.
Is it?
I'm
It's your
unfortunate-
gamer again. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm
If people
unfortunately
change their
sensitive.
skin, I can't keep up with who it is. But I love their
Yeah.
personality.
Oh, that makes one
I'm
of
going
us.
to get that person off hook.
You get
Fuck.
them. You get them.
To do the Boston Marathon. Damn, they're far. That's funny. 5K hours? That's pretty legit. In 1 year? 5K hours? Yo, that's legit. I've only been playing a year and I have 800 hours on this.
8 stages,
I
4
used to
fresh,
play
2
on
out.
PlayStation,
That's a nice result, right?
Could
2
be more. I
out,
don't know
all
how
the
much I
gens
have on my
done.
PlayStation.
For Survivor, 8
Thanks to the
stages.
console
Okay,
there.
okay.
I tried playing Survivor with mouse and keyboard and I can't. It's hard for me to loop and do 360s. I know. It's really hard on mouse and key.
2 out's
But
good
like
though.
MVP is gonna teach me.
It's
Yeah, I feel like it's just easier for like whatever you learn how to play.
It's just-
with. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine ever using controller.
that was a ghoul game,
Really?
right?
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, the hook.
Yeah,
I have
I
a slug
grew
at
up playing
5. Oh
controller.
my
The
god,
only
rough
game
early
that I
game
played-
again. Would you pull this
Oh,
shit
right
back?
there.
You guys are
Go, go, go.
cracked.
That hit?
You guys are cracked.
Ping, ping, ping.
Go down. They're double teaming somebody. They're double
Oh.
teaming someone. Race that killer shot.
No! Controller issues.
Race coming out of killer shot. He's cloaked. He's probably here.
I gotta say.
Dracula's at Killer Shack, just to let you guys know. Yeah, the only thing that I played on PC growing up was Sims. So
Yeah.
Yep,
yeah.
I got you.
Another love one.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Let's fucking go, Michonne.
Yeah, Michonne is working.
Yeah.
The crazy like this is his map. It was just like, ah.
We finished the last gen here.
Oh, nice. Progressing. Oh shit, race on
go.
the fun bars. Oh.
Oh
Sure.
shit.
What's this behind me? Oh, that's y'all. Okay, y'all come straight. I'm on that door right in front of you, okay? Did you turn
Jill
around?
wasn't noob, you killed it. I don't believe when he said he's noob, I just don't believe it, so.
That's their first hook. That's their first hook.
Oh my god, that was the longest moonwalk I've ever done.
Okay, come on, y'all.
I'm
Come
here
on.
and it's fully looking for me.
Are we all here? Is this everyone?
I don't know.
I'm at another gate.
Okay, yeah, we keep him busy here.
You guys can
Yeah.
You guys can get
Oh
out.
my god! Yeah.
Down!
Oh, okay, well, Megan's dead.
I'm also dead because I got grabbed off the gate.
Shit.
No! Definitely.
Unlucky!
We're not
Do it again, you weren't looking.
Not on.
My mouth is zipped. We're gonna play some Megalodonna James. Switch it up. I'm still
Legs
stay
here.
there.
Come. My first two chases were bad. My last one got us the last gen, but I'm not happy about it. I mean, it sounded like you wasted enough time for the team to work together and get this shit done, Jill. I trusted on my lies too much and forced it. Yeah, okay. That's but that's perfectly normal, right? That's a completely sensible thing to happen. I think this is the last game for Unity in the Fog as well, no? This Huntress set. I'm gonna keep my eye out for this pick and ban situation. Yeah, P, it's open lobbies. If you can, if you want to, you can join, Jill. Relax a little after that crazy. You'll join after the set? Cool. No, said Lake, who's already in the lobby. Bitch, you can't be like that. I should have gone for the flashbang save against that Dracula at the gate. I was so disappointed.
I'm gonna get main done. Oh, it's an Amarcus. There's definitely an Amarcus.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, I
I
hate
hear
to
those
forget
I
that.
was so disappointed that I didn't get the heal tech. And also,
Oh, yeah,
the
he's
person
chasing.
that was also there did not even attempt a heal tech.
There's
Maybe they got body blocked.
Just walk past me.
Normally,
I
you
got
guys are the ones that
He
are
scared the
saving
life
me.
out of me. So I was tracking him and he just appeared out of nowhere.
I didn't even
I'm at the
think
tractor.
that I would ever be getting in a position where I would be the one doing the saves in the gate. I could have gone for a flashbang save, I think. Hello, Enemy.
Oh,
Hold on.
Roy just left me.
Umbrella.
To die.
Open.
In open
Let me talk to
space,
your body real
yes.
quick, please.
Yeah, flashbang. As I'm reflecting on it, I completely panicked. And then I was 17 years late with the beam save, but
Come here. Come here.
maybe one day.
Okay.
That's how I learn, yes. Oh,
Damn. Cardi. W Gym Pod. W Gym Pod.
how does he even follow my pathing here? I'm just running left and right. Like, what?
Away from there, bestie.
Yes, there's a code only. It's for a banner. I can look it up
Yeah,
for
I
you if you
haven't quite
want.
figured out Onisha's powers and stuff, so it's like really hard for me.
Slap that ass.
Really?
Very good. Very, very good slaps. Very good slaps.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Maybe I will never learn.
I didn't hit?
Maybe I will never learn,
That's
Jill.
crazy. I
Like,
didn't
it's
hit.
it's possible that I'm never gonna learn. Oh.
Wow.
Nah, that was 17 years late. Sorry, I should have gone for the fast vault.
No, I did not think that it was late, Frank.
Yeah.
You would know better than me, though. I thought it was perfectly timed.
Is it Encore for Trickster? I think I just dreamed it. No, it was a long code. Something. I don't know. It was something. That's crazy.
Onisha is right there. Come on, bro. Come on. I just got off a hook. You saw me get off a hook. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell in your ear.
Don't apologise, I'm getting a laugh out of it. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You just make it double team.
Good effort, gamer.
Come here, baby.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for healing me. There's someone else
Oni's
coming. Hold on.
Oni is Oni is no terror artist. Ah, she found a green thing for me. Oh, you're the best, Kate. Thank you. I can't stand Oni.
Yeah, me either. I'm not a.
He didn't. W. Crazy. I have to leave because of the zombie. GG.
I'm sorry you died, Sunny.
It's okay. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. I'm not. I'm totally fine.
Oh, and this goated Kate is out too. Let's go.
GG's.
The teabag was crazy. Go ahead, Kate. I thought she was dead because of the zombie.
Gamers want to
Yeah,
have a quick
same.
ad break. We're
But
gonna run it
go
now before we
ahead.
go
I
into the
thought
next
she was
game.
dead,
Please bear with. I
besties.
apologize
Cardi,
for the
you been
ads.
cooking, girl.
I appreciate your support. 4 flashy saves. None of them were on me though, Lake, and I got hooked 4 times. GG's, gamer. That's huge. Well done. You know, you can find me. If only I was wearing a bright purple shirt for people to see me from distance far away. Also, you're being chased by the Nemi for so long. Yeah, I didn't see that Nemi once. I died to the Oni 4 times. It's crazy. Only the Oni. Nice. Nice touch. Lake, thank you for the dance. Hi Mina, welcome in. How are you? Mina's here we dance, yes. Let's go team, well done. I'm super proud. It was looking really good already. Well done guys, well done. You guys are amazing. 4K 0. Beautiful. Excellent result. Well done guys. Die for Cheese won a round in the Altruism League. That's huge. Thank you everyone, welcome. How's everyone? Good, good, good. Good, good. We're chilling on 2v8 with the wonderful Sunny and Eva, who I met through the Women's Guild. Hi
Okay, you
Sven,
guys,
welcome in.
we all
Team is
get
so well,
out.
attorney. Thank
We
you,
all get out
thank
this
you.
time.
I was very stressed.
Yes, we will, baby
Um,
girl.
but
Yes, yes,
it was really, really good. A really good match. I've enjoyed watching most of the teams play. Amazing, cracked gamers, and it's so nice to see everyone come together, Sven, for the cause. Such wonderful communities. It's really, really great to see.
Okay, we got it. Oh, hello.
Huntress, I already have a lullaby.
The
I spawned
hunting.
in with a lullaby. Like, hello?
So my chat have just redeemed for me to play a game with no glasses.
Ah!
So
Uh-oh.
Flashbang says
so-
incoming.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Killa. You gotta remind me, Killa. I'm so sorry. I forgot you were waiting on me, Killa.
No, you guys are correct.
Please.
Yes,
No,
thank you,
I'm-
Jill.
yeah, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
there is definitely space. Come game with
I'm
us.
quoting Macbeth in my chat. Oh, oh.
There's a flashlight right here if you want it in that chest. Yeah.
I'll have it. There's a med kit there if you want
Oh,
it.
Oh, you
I
got
need to
one.
pay better attention, guys. I thought she was kicking that.
No, I do.
She's not pulling up any hatches though.
So on a
I mean,
scale
she
of,
doesn't
like,
need
1
to.
5, what can you see?
Fuck.
It's not great. I have to keep my eyes moving because I have like a lazy eye. So.
Oh, I never would have known, my love. I never
What?
would've known.
Yeah, my glasses straighten it. So.
Like, hello?
Yeah, it's like if I focus on something.
Yeah, she's got cool, bro.
drops.
Yeah. Understandable.
I told you how to keep her updated. Honestly, watching you guys play last week, like I was saying, I was literally at a party pulling up the match on my phone in the Discord. I was so involved. I wanted to, like, I felt so much.
I'm so sorry.
The tension and the adrenaline and everything. I get such a kick from tourney games. Watching more than playing, so, but hopefully also from playing one day.
That's what she said, Mons.
Yo, does she pack me up like that? How dare she? If I run into her right now, I'm gonna freaking scream. I ran into the other killer, not her. I gotta get these people off of hooks. Let's get it, let's get it, let's go, you guys. I'm running through the middle of the map. I'm about to get yoinked up. Watch. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, boo. You're on a hill? That's a hill. Go to the left. All the entrances of the hills are to the left.
Well, errors were made.
There we go. I got you, Cardi.
I think I should be hopping off of the,
Heal you.
like, I have nothing going on, literally.
Probably not safe to do on top of a hill with a huntress. She's gonna snipe the hell out of us.
Holy moly.
Great.
I can't see anything, gang.
It's not funny, but it is funny, you know?
Hi Dahlia, welcome in. How was the Efteling? The weather was so good for Efteling. Enjoy Dahlia Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 53. Confirmed. Yes, thank you, Jill. Did you see that lunge? Like, hello?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, apparently you can see how big my nose is.
Oh my gosh, I ran right into Westiana.
Did we already went and say GG to the other team in the old league? I have to go and say GG. Mina, enjoy Dahlia Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 43. You were more nervous for the second set? Yeah, I can imagine that. Because we had the result already, right? And you know you kind of want to try and reel it in.
This gen is complete back here.
You can't hear well because you're in a car back home. Alright, right.
Yeah, Papa. Yeah, I'm looping you, Daddy.
What is Sunny talking about? Holy hell.
Party juice in this huntress. Let's go.
Oh, he got me this time. He did get me this time. I'm on the ground. I'm on. Oh, I'm down.
Oh, here's my...
Yes!
Here we go again with the cool.
I
Let's
didn't think
go.
nothing special, y'all. Oh, this is my second. Oh, I didn't know that.
Has this Huntress used a single hatchet yet?
Thank you. You got the spray. You're spraying me. Thank you, mamas. You're the best. Oh, shoot, Cardi, you scared me. Yeah, I don't know if this huntress has used the hatchet yet. So how long have you guys been playing DBD? The fans want to know. The fans want to know.
I've been playing DBD since like lockdown.
Oh, really?
I've had the game since 2018. But like I started probably playing in lockdown, like in public lobbies. It was only like kill your friends lobbies before. So yeah, and then I now have, what is it, almost 3.7k hours now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That huntress didn't see us. Yeah. Am I the only medic? No, we got another one.
I started playing in October 2021.
Uh-huh.
And I'm well over 8k hours.
Okay. Hey.
But I live and breathe this game, like, it's my life.
Yeah. Hello, my love. Great to see you. I know you are married. Does your husband play this game?
No, he hates it because I get so worked up over it.
Oh
He
my
just
God,
he doesn't understand how you can get so emotionally involved with a game, including being super upset. So he hates it when I get so frustrated and everything about it. Like, that's fair enough,
Yeah.
right? You
I
want
get
the
it, I
best
get it.
things for your partner, but yeah, it's...
Of course.
I love this game. Have you, when you started playing, Sunny, did you start out on Killer?
No.
I have 4 people at a gate, by the way. Talita, Michaela.
Yeah, I'm at the gate on my own, so I was just waiting in case anyone gets there.
That was late. I mean, Rebecca's in chase. No,
I'm dead. I'm dead, you guys. I got minked up. He can have me.
What do you mean you're dead?
Yeah,
I'm
Wesker
dead.
got
I'm at a
her.
gate.
Wesker got her.
got me.
Yeah, you can't do that, Sunny. If he
Well, I was
throws you
waiting
out
for
the
other
gate.
person. Well, he came and I was trying to hide from him and thought he would leave, but he didn't.
Weskers
And so
don't,
then-
because they can do
and
that,
then-
what they just did.
I was waiting for the other girl to get the person off hook so we can take hits for her. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm such an idiot. But I
Nah,
was
you
trying to wait
learn.
for the other girl.
Trial and error.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Cardi, you're out of there? I literally was trying to take... we have plenty of room, you guys. If you want to stay, Cardi, you can. Thank you so much, LG. But yeah, I was definitely trying my best to take a hit for that Cheryl. Please enjoy your lunch or your dinner. By all means. Today, I think I want to go get Persian food. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. I think I want Persian food for
Oh, I am
lunch.
so jealous.
Sounds delicious.
Oh my gosh. I love Persian
That sounds so
food.
good. Send pics.
I will. I love. Oh, that reminds me. Do I have Discord back on my phone? Thank you. Shoot. I don't know if I have it on my phone yet. Let's see. Discord. No, I don't have it back on my
Only
phone.
I don't know if you're still here, but this is the code for a new badge. I found it for you.
I could have swore I did.
Oh my days. Sexy.
I don't know how I'm gonna do this.
Hot and sexy.
What?
You guys like Zara Larson?
Thank you, Glennie. Good idea.
Welcome
Zara
in,
Larson is my
Raiders.
girl. Oh my god, we go raid. Hi. my girl sitting right next to me, right here on the passenger side. Oh, sorry. I forgot I am mute.
No, I want more actually. Let's keep it
Nah,
up.
yeah, I actually want you to keep singing to me,
Yeah,
please.
I think I'm good.
Oh no. Oh dear. I'm so used to just singing real loud. I forgot to put the glasses back on too. I so did. Oh, okay, and I died for that.
Another
Brilliant.
huntress. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
no
Thank
way.
you for the streak, my love. Again, you guys, please go follow an amazing Killer Survivor combo main. This is the elk huntress. I hear it. I hear her.
It is.
She's like, I gotta get my tail out of here. I'm coming to get you all. Oh,
How's that working
she
out?
got you. Yo,
Oh my god.
she hit me from literally across the way. Leon, move out the way.
I'm being
Get her
goofed
off the
again.
hook. Golly, who's this Leon? Thank you,
Honestly.
Leon. Thank you. I appreciate you. Y'all, the snort counter is broken. For those of you that don't know, the snort counter is broken. Oh, I'm running this.
We're
way.
getting wedged in. Yeah, but we're getting wedged in between.
I'm about to get smacked upside my head. I feel it.
He got robbed, he got robbed. Keep running. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you raided me. Gamers, you have got to be kidding me. No, I was going for a save too,
Unity
and I got
Fog
double
rated your
tapped.
channel with
Gamers.
142 viewers.
Hannah, Christy, Demi, Mousy. Thank you so much for the raid. You guys are amazing. The tournament was amazing. Gamers, what a great first day
Infinity followed your
for
channel.
a tourney. Absolutely beautiful. Correct gameplays. Great reports. Well,
VKT followed
I
your
know we
channel.
made it through to the next round. It's more because of my team than anything. I have no business playing this game. Gamers, let me go say hi. Who is here? Hi,
Apple Pancake
Cater.
Bunnies
Cater
followed
for
your
the
channel.
49er. Unity in the Fog sends love. Hi, Alice. Welcome in. Crossfire Madam. Hannah. Debbie's here. L from under. BKD. Hi, good to see you. Apple Pancake Bunnies. Hello, hello.
L
Welcome
from
in.
under followed your channel.
Hi, Mousy. Hi, Joe Taco.
Shout out to Unity.
My
in
icon
Fog.
know you. Hi, Noena.
The drama is there.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you so much for choosing me to raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome in, gamers. Thank you so much for the follow. L, Apple Pancake. Oh, hold on. I'm dying. I'm scared. I'm running into a huntress. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I told y'all the hunters don't miss.
Nah, she's cracked. I don't know what else to do.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't know what
It's
else to do.
stressful and difficult.
BKD, Hannah, thank you guys so much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh,
Have you guys ever played?
oh. Hold on. Hold on. I'm dead as hell. Six Chris, welcome in. W raid indeed. Hi, Bacon. Six Chris, thank you so much for the follow.
6 crits
I
followed your
appreciate
channel.
you guys. I understand if you need to raid and run. It's been such a long day. Gamers, for those of you that don't know, Unity in the Fog was organized by Hannah, Infinity, Mousy, very hairy in chat, Christy, and Demi Bunny. I need to go. And we just completed the first day. My team played in the first round and made it through to the semis. We will be playing semifinals tomorrow. I'm very excited about it. You're welcome to hang out here. We're playing some 2v8. I'm playing with my wonderful friends Sunny and Evo from the Women's Guild. We played, actually the three of us played a DVD tournament in March together, and we decided to play some 2v8. Today, so that's what we're here for. For those of you that don't know me, that came in with the raid, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Bacon, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you everyone for the love. It's wonderful to see
Bacon
the
the
community
Grand
come
Templar
together
followed your channel.
for this DVD journey, for the raising funds, and it's really, really wonderful to meet all of you. Back in the game tomorrow if you want to see some comp plays, because this is not good. We're back tomorrow with Team Die for Cheese. Congrats on making the semis, right? Yes, thank you, Bacon. Yes, we are in the semis tomorrow.
Who let the dogs out?
I don't know. Oh, I'm not going there. Hi, Lumo. Welcome in. GG's on your game earlier.
Lumo XOXO followed your
W.
channel.
Hold on. You're just getting auto-modded everywhere today, aren't you? I'm gonna keep running. There's another hook here. Like, you actually can't. You can't say anything today. GG's on your game, though. W fits. Already silenced. It's just that day. Hannah and Christy are awesome. Yes. And I had the pleasure of meeting Demi for a tournament as well earlier this year. I am in my tourney. I'm my tourney era. Hi, Master of Puns. Welcome in. How are you? Happy weekend. Where are we genning? Why are you chasing? Guys, Lake's chasing me. It's because I called him out for not beam saving last game. Evo! Ezra, good to see you. Thank you for hanging out today. I blame you. Literally, though. Yo, we're so cracked. You love Die for Cheese so friggin' much? No, you're too kind. I appreciate that. Yeah, some crack play gamers in there. I'm just the planner. I plan tourneys and matches, and then occasionally play a few games. It is a wonderful team, and I'm very excited to play with them in this in the Unity tournament. Am I saving? What's happening over here? Oh. Well, I can't save that. And everyone that played today, GG's on all of your performances. I think the tourney had an amazing first day, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Dutch, go to teams, go to host, and go to people in general. 100%. It was amazing to see all the communities come together and see all the love and support. It's really wonderful to see, especially in a game. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. In a game like Dead by Daylight, where there's so much hate and toxicity as well. It's really wonderful to see everyone come together. Oh my god, they're getting WS. That's what I mean. Oh, the crow. They didn't see the crow, right? They really didn't. Been lurking while I was playing. Thank you, Ezra. I appreciate that. You guys got it tomorrow. You're rooting? Aw, thank you, Lumo. Okay. Can't believe Jill has got any energy left to be looping like this. My Gilio star played 2 tournaments today. And he's still juicing. That man has no limits. Oh shit. Problems. Oh. Where did Lake go? Jill is still with the Wesker. He just went down. Oh shit. No! Well, GG's. And one to the back of the head. Yeah, nice. Nice try, bucko. Am I running into a Wesker as I'm running away from this huntress? No. And I get a save as well. Let's go. Jill deserves this escape. I had no idea where the gate is. What are we doing? I'm nervous. Ezra, I enjoyed Daily Doggo Tree. Thank you for the 8. Lake got up with power. He's still going. It's literally the 3 of us. Oh, shit. Okay. Hook to a gate. And we get 3 men out. Let's go. I mean, I don't know if that gate's open, but we can save Lake. Surely. I see a gate that's open over there by Shaq. And a Wesker over there. He doesn't see us. Okay. I don't know about the timer. Oh, they still don't see us. And now we have to guess which door. And Jill's not out either. I don't think we make this, honestly. Oh, they're both there. Yeah, it's GG's. Oh. Well, if Jill leaves here, I get a hatch right here, right? Jill leaves, hatch right here. No. Shit, we just died. Hatch right here. GG's. Good effort. Yeah, they were both at the door. I thought you were already on the other side of them. You juiced, Jill. You juiced. That was absolute fucking gaming. Luma, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate your support for the channel. Intense gaming. GG, sorry, we got raided by the tournament.
Yes,
I was distracted.
Yay!
You won your favorite pellets? Clearly, you looped that Wesker for days on end.
That game was intense, you guys. That Huntress? was so good. That Huntress was so good, you guys.
Alright, I have to dip because I have to do picks and bans for the tournament right now. So I will be right back.
Okay, my love.
Yes?
Appreciate you. Thank you for the games.
Yeah, if you're still going, I will join back. But I need to dip for a
Righty.
second.
For sure.
Alright.
No worries.
Okay, thank you.
See you later. Bye.
Alright, we're gonna be doing picks and bans, gamers. Let me have a think here. What we can do. I think this is gonna have to be it. We will be right back. Hi, Cherry. Welcome in. How are you? We shouldn't ban Hag? I mean, we're gonna find out.
The praia in the sun, the fall in the night. Garota brasileira dancing into the daylight. De swing e rebolado, don't know how but I try to. Seu jeitinho e o carinho, something that I'd fly to. Quer saber de onde sou? Brasileira, meu amor, Brasil. Quer saber de onde sou? Brasileira, meu amor, Brasil. A tambourine in the rhythm of samba. Oh, in the heat of December, oh, Brazil is where I go. I think I've got a case of Brazilian soul. I'll always remember. Oh, in the heat of December, when we let our hearts grow close. The swing and the samba, todo mundo bamba. The alma brasileira, drinking coffee with a capoeira. From New York to Pará, Atlanta to Paraná, São Paulo, Tocantins, Miami, and the in-between. Quer saber de onde sou? Brasileira, meu amor, Brasil. Quer saber de onde sou? Brasileira, meu amor, Brasil. summer. Oh, in the heat of December, oh, Brazil is where I go. I think I've got a case of Brazilian soul. I'll always remember. Oh, in the heat of December, when we let our hearts grow close. A tambourine in the rhythm of summer. Oh, in the heat of December, oh, Brazil is where I go. I think I've got a case of Brazilian soul. I'll always remember. Oh, in the heat of December, when we let our hearts grow close.
Now we have a nice relaxing song.
Trust.
It's really good. Dance with me.
Dance with me.
Dance with me.
I beg.
Dance with me.
Dance with me.
Dance with me.
I beg. Just dance with me.
Hello friends, this is Odds. As I told you a few times, if you see the rat, be relieved, relax.
Yes.
No one escapes death, and there's no way out. No way. After that, you're all going to hell. So shut up, Chad. Make your choice. To work with the mafia or work with the government, killing your team with claustrophobia or bad people with no it. Survivors are scum. They must be destroyed. They are having fun.
No, sir.
No?
No.
Good. You will start enduring. Rookie spirit, I will ruin. Death heart, even though I knew it. You don't get to buy the bullet, smash it. Knock out iron grasp. You know I was drilled to last. Don't forget to check behind because I can track you fast. Now come and dance with me.
Loop those pallets.
Dance with me.
Loop those windows.
Dance with me.
I beg. Just dance with me. Dance with me.
Dance with me.
Loop those pallets.
Dance with me.
Loop those windows.
Dance with me.
I beg. Just dance with me. Just
Dance with me.
Hello, little Jammies. You know the drill.
A drill.
It's getting fucking silly. Jimmy see a hole and they just whoop.
Huh?
You better jump in. The day I looped the killer, but no one gives a fuck. Another unexpected victim locked in the hole and gave up. All we're gonna do is stay calm. We're getting stressed out a lot. Bring the killer to the hole. Sorry, bud. I played for the value. That's what I need. If he holds W, you run a fun build. I got the 9 milli. Interesting fact, they love that shit. It does. Fuck 'em up! Pressure! Oh my god! I need pressure! I'll fucking leave! Help me get pressure! Once again, listen up! I need pressure! Once again, please!
Come and dance with me.
Loop those pallets.
Dance with me.
Loop those windows.
Dance with me.
I beg, just dance with me. Dance with me.
Dance with me.
Loop those pallets.
Dance with me.
Loop those windows.
Dance with me.
I beg, just dance with me. Just
Dance with me.
You might get face camped. You might get tunneled. But at the end of the day, you're not playing a tournament. Just have a good time. Like gaming Warlord. At the end of the day, you're better than all of them. Don't let them push you into trying hard, bro. We're not sweating, so don't feel bad. Don't listen to them. That's way too loud. Play how you want, and then juice up, bro. How about you stop going down, and I'll pay you back. I'm not capping right now. Get in the hole, mate. Get in the hole. I'm killing them all.
Now come and dance with me.
Loop those pallets.
dance with me.
Loop those windows.
Dance with me.
I beg, just dance with me. Dance with me.
Dance with me.
Loop those pallets.
Dance with me.
Loop those windows.
Dance with me.
I beg, just dance with me. Just
Dance with me.
Give my fucking money back.
Drops cheese, hits again, hits me, runs away. Drops cheese, hits again, hits me, runs away. Drops again, hits the cheese, hits again, drops the cheese, hits again.
Hexagen. Jimmy's with fucking back. 9 o'clock, wake up, recheck. All you need is killer shack. Big spins, they should catch up. Slap on a couple of cheese pucks. Number one killer. Decided to pick the most difficult thing in the fucking game ever to do. Hey, Mikey, give me the fucking hash. I was just unlucky, so I thank you very much. High numbers, high stakes. You already know the plan. Cause I need escapes. I need them fucking down. I need fucking more. I need more. More pressure. Need fucking more. I need more. All the pain. I need fucking more. I need more. More regression. I need more. I need more. It will drive me insane. Killer drops cheese, kicks again, hits me, runs away. Drops cheese, kicks again, hits me, runs away. People giving up, but I don't really care. It's never gonna work when people don't repair. And then people don't repair. People don't repair. Giving up, but I don't really care. It's never gonna work when people don't repair. Drops cheese, kicks again, hits me, runs away, drops and kicks again, gen. The JRM ruins my life, cause I love underscores. I'm that good at hauling killers. They say, holy fucking smokes. This Jimmy got the add-ons, this Jimmy got the perks. He knows I'm gonna try to haul it. I already know he knows. Camping and tunneling every single day. We lost to 50-50, so I should not win this game. When all your team are dead, you are hopeless. Fucking cry. How about you go play fucking Civilization 5? I need fucking more. I need more. More pressure. Need fucking more. I need more. All the pain. I need fucking more. I need more. More regression. I need more. I need more. It will drive me insane. Killer drops cheese, kicks again, hits me, runs away. Drops cheese, kicks again, hits me, runs away. Drops gen, kicks a cheese, hits again, drops the cheese, kicks again, and then people don't repair. People don't repair. I don't really care. It's never gonna work when people don't repair. I don't really care. Repair. I don't really. People don't repair. Repair.
I might not be the best survivor, but I know a little. I appreciate the nerfs, but you cry about the wiggle. You haven't played a killer once, but call it really simple. And if you do a double back, then I will do a triple. You've been holding shift and W, but saying there's no count. My mum is proud of me, I got 3 digits on the count. So I can never lose, don't call me loser, I'm the founder. And nurse is not enough, you need the doctor. What the fuck?
VPN to another planet. Red thing, red icon on the P100. Couldn't handle, you got caught red-handed. I respect you less than I respect this palette. There's no skill, just talent.
But the survivor is so hard.
I would appreciate if you looked at the hut. I don't need tea bags, I like my coffee hot. It's time to DC, you're dead with all the hot. Got too greedy, didn't one exchange and
like a rat in a locker.
Good job, chat. Good
You
job.
brag about the number, your team's out of order. And I've never read a book in my life, now I'm booking.
We are
flight,
back.
No board. No, I'm not an engineer,
Let's
but
fucking go.
Woo! Picks and bends. It always makes me nervous. Thank you for hanging out. Yes, it's done. It's done. We know our sets for tomorrow. Yeah, there were a lot of people angry because their mains did get banned. Some people's mains got banned. Some other mains were picked. Yeah, this is always very. I don't know if who's here that knows about picks and bans and tournament stuff. I find it very complicated because on the one hand, you want to pick or end up with a killer that your team is good at and comfortable playing as, right? But on the other hand, you want to try and ban killers that the opposing team is strong at. So you kind of like beforehand you discuss with your team from a list which one should be banned, which one do we want to push towards, stuff like that. So it's always very, very exciting time. Drummer Witch, I see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you hanging out. I am good, thank you. Yeah, it's a hard thing. I find it very complicated because I don't want to end up putting my team in a bad position, you know? But yeah. Mains got banned as well. You can't always get what you want. That's it, Lumo. That's it. And sometimes there's no information, right? And sometimes someone is really comfortable playing a lot of different killers. So sometimes you need to ban the killer the other team is good at as well. Exactly. You know exactly what it's like. We had some good Hunters players as well on my team. 7 enemies just cracked, so we made choice to ban. Yes. You know? Of course. Not me though. I'm cracked against every killer in the game. Just kidding, I'm ass. Don't chase me. Here we go. Back on the 2v8. Thank you for the invite. Games have been good. Have been good, Nana. We're having a great time. It's good stuff. And yeah, we're gonna keep it going here. I'm back in the lobby. We still have 2 spots if anybody wants to join for 2v8. Hi Sketch, welcome in. How are you? How's the recovery from London? Good and good. I'm a lot more rested. I'm happy that I went. Oh, I've left Sonny's cameras ended up being gone. I mean, that's fair. She wasn't on my... She'll be back. Will she? Maybe. I'm off hers as well. That's good. Is that the real Micah? What do you mean? I'm here, it's me. And you're booting? Cool, cool, cool. Come join. Come juice with us. Yeah, the team was already saying see you next year, but I'm not going next year. Like I can't do I can't commit to these long weekends every year. I'll do it every other year. Let me unready and have Jen and join us. Jen join us. You're always scared of people being replaced by AI? I bet. Kinda sad in a player lich on scrims. It was good practice for today. I can use some gaming with friends. It's been a wild day. Come. Nice Dutch. Sometimes I have to. I let it slip. I'm just waiting for someone to join.
Yeah, you're good. We're just singing and vibing in my chat.
Yeah, you're totally good. I'm talking about food in mine because I'm hungry.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you're all good. Let me put your camera back on. I don't know.
Yeah, can go on back on mine. Thank you for taking me off the screen. I was like probably like staring intensely at my screen at my list of like who to ban and stuff. It must not have been good.
No, as soon as you said I'll be right back, I closed out with the eyeball. I just did the eyeball. On
Yeah,
camera.
perfect.
Yeah. So. Oops.
All right, ends here. I'm ready if y'all are ready.
I'm ready.
Let me catch up. Sketch clobbered me on Hook. Yes, that did happen. You wanted the first to kill her, I never have. Oh my god, Jill, that's crazy. I first sketched so much, including a Baba game in a random pub match last week. Dessert for sprint bursting in the face. Did you do that, Loft? You'll do it again? Oh my god. Doggo got a fresh bath? Oh, nice. That's so good when they're all like clean and their hair is like fluffy. I'm good, I'm good. Recovering from tourney stress, as per always. But yeah, it's going well. It's going well. How are you? How's your day going? You got followed home from the store by a creepy old man? Oh shit, Anne. Are you okay? I hate that. That's so scary. It should not be happening. You were just getting ice cream for your mom because you got a sore throat. That's so nice of you. Sketch and like the Doggo 3, thank you for the 38. Are we getting in this game?
Sorry about that. Killer King, ready up?
Cool.
Perfect.
You're okay, you told him off. And ran like a little girl. Oh my god. Did they at least, like, was it, like, I don't even know. Were they, like, taken aback? Was it unintentional? I mean, I'm glad you were able to tell them if you feel uncomfortable. And I'm glad it didn't turn into anything bigger. You're pretty stern? Yes, you can be. And that's good. That's a good quality to have. And they were homeless. Okay. Probably under influence. Oh, okay. That's really scary then. Jill, I still need to practice Smelly Wesker with you. He did say, Jill, that if he wanted to play Wesker, he needed to practice with you. You informed the local cops about it. To several other women, so I wasn't. He was doing it. Oh, okay, he only wasn't the only one being handled. Okay, that's good. Yeah, they can keep an eye out. All right, Ormond. I think that's the first Ormond game we've had this day. On the old 2v8. Ready for some games? Perfect.
Let's go, girls.
Yay!
Let's go. Let's go, girls. There's
That's
no
one of my
scouts.
favorite songs.
Chucky.
Oh, it's a Chuckiana?
And a Wesker.
Oh, Chucky's on me? Chucky's on me, friend. He may have dropped Chase. He did drop Chase. Thank you. Thank you so much. We might have to be careful.
Yeah, he's still going.
Still in Chase. Why was he not screaming? Why was Chucky not screaming?
I think he was, but he was in chase with Lake. He was too far by the time he got to us. I don't think you heard it.
Oh, because I saw his mouth open. I was like, he's supposed to be screaming right now at me.
Good effort. I didn't make it anywhere. Hi, Lucky. Welcome in. How are you? Oh! Nice save. Let's go. I had no idea you were there. I was already yapping. This way of co-streaming is cool. Thank you, Lake. You're a demon. It is, right? And it's just too bad that Evo's PC crashed some other time when she was trying the camera thing. So we didn't dare put her up either, but
Well, this the white is looping the hell out of this.
You spoke too
is
soon.
that Anne?
Yeah,
Is that Anne? Yeah, she's an amazing gamer.
Okay, I'm gonna go get them off the hook. Oh, they're not even on. Yeah, I'm on my way.
You got hit through a window by a Wesker? What else is new? Ducky things, Anne?
I'm coming.
Okay.
I hope that was worth it.
It was.
So good, but
It means that he's not gonna kick it.
He's kicking it now. He's kicking it now. Boom! I saw
No,
it.
he's not. Oh my
I saw
God.
it.
Bro,
You know what?
stupid. Oh well, I wasted his time.
Yeah. There's a tonic there, Evo, on the other side of the rock.
Oh well.
A healing tonic. Come back.
Oh. Wow. Oh, there. My bad. From my angle, I don't think I could see it. So, I just went to go do the spray instead.
There's a gamer there that needs a spray as well. That V. Oh my God, this is a long way to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna main. Try and get main done.
Nice medium. Love to see it.
I'm working on main.
Nice try, Bucko.
I just got a Beamer. What did I say? Oh, never mind. He's switching to me.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
It really is. Yeah, I'm getting some Persian food today. So
I hate it when that happens, Evo.
I really want that.
When you're just lurking for a save and you're like, oh no, I'm in chase, oh I'm dead. Fuck.
Oh, I'm dead.
Nah, oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Oh no! What was that? Wow!
Wow.
What
Okay.
the heck just happened?
Okay.
Nah, I shouldn't get in the
So
mix
Spreadleg
there.
tried to flashbang the Chucky. Oh! No
Came to
way.
main and kill and hit the Jin. Really, bro? Come on, bro.
Aw, Sunny.
Man.
Oh no!
Y'all, that was my death hook? Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Twice.
Ah.
Did not know. You see it? Be chilling. Had no idea, friends.
Oh. He heard me. Don't crawl into a wall, lady. She's on the pallets.
Oh.
Anne is still there.
Oh. This jockey is so weird.
I mean, we're 4 people there. Going back, going back.
Okay.
Oh.
My bad. Sorry.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Hey yo, Widow! Thank you so much for
13
the
Lakh
raid.
Widow
Welcome
rated
in.
your channel with 20 viewers.
How are you? How was your stream? Got any good points today? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Widow is swinging by from the fog, bringing their top tier Dead by Daylight skills. Rocking a sweet P100 rank. Nah, they really are. Will they crash the game again? Tune in to find out. Gamers, if you don't follow Black Widow, please go check them out. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Pew Pew. Widow is raiding, sending the army of spiders. Thank you. Hi, Widow. Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy weekend. Widow, how are your games? Oh? Jill's got the S. He's got a plan. Don't worry about it.
Shout out to 13 Lakh Widow.
Oh, you had some crazy PC issues, but hopefully they fix. Oh shit, no, nobody liked those PC issues. No. Thanks, Jill. Good effort. Please don't die also. Is he coming for me? Yes. Unlucky. Games for a bit of everything, but fun and neat? Okay, good. Fun is good. Fun is important. How about you? How's the games and stream going? Stream as well. We had a really busy day. We played a tournament earlier. We played Unity of the Fog tournament. First round. We made it through. Oh, leave me, leave me, leave me! Am I running into a Chucky? Oh! Oh my god. Can I save this? I tried. What do I have? It's not looking good. It's not good. It's fine. Yes, yes! What do I do now? It was a good plan. Until now. Oh! He lost me. No, he's back. Yes. No! Errors. Unlucky. That was unlucky. Congrats. I'm a Joan Comstein. I'm from Don. You said! Sorry guys, I forgot about ads. I was in chase. I couldn't mute. Or not mute, so I couldn't skip. Game's over.
Oh.
He just doesn't pick, bro. Am I running into a Wesker? No, I still have Chucky. She can pick up with power, no? Yeah, I know about that trick. Oldest trick in the book. Oh, hello, Wesker.
That was hilarious. Wesker just casually walking.
Yeah. Hatch Gaming Gamers! Oh, there's a hatch right there as well, right next to the hook. You had the same problem, man? He wasn't picking? Nah, this Chucky knows what he's doing. You need to go, gamer. Okay. Oh no, they closed the other two!
So
And this is the random in the lobby too, no? This is the only person that's not with us. Oh no, we left them to die, cold and alone.
Oh no.
No.
Oh,
No.
I feel so bad.
No.
I feel so bad for them.
Unlucky.
Being nice, like, can I get a hatch and then they go. That's so unfortunate.
Friggin' Chucky coming to with no TR, being injured, you had no chance? Yeah, you have no chance, Lake. You had no chance. He knew how to call West Carbon Chase. Oh, did he now? That's not very comp, is it? GG's. Widow, I'm sorry if you got hit by ads. If you're back, the stream has been going well, games are chill. And yeah, I'm very excited about playing semi-finals of the Unity in the Fog tournament tomorrow.
Never gonna get my dog from me. My dogs are so cute and
Hey.
adorable. They're gonna be mine
What do you
forever.
mean? Hi.
Spread Lake 3 gifted 10
Hi,
subscriptions.
Matcha. Welcome in. Literally, we feel so bad because you were the only random in this lobby. We're in 7-man. We feel so bad about leaving you behind, even if you were so nice
Spread
enough
Lake
to
3
give
started a
our
new
last
hype train.
survivor the hatch. But GG's well played. Now that was rough. They double teamed a lot. I hope 2v8's treating you well. And thank you so much for stopping by. Lake, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. You didn't need to do that. Are you crazy? That's 275 gifted subs. I see a lot of juicers here that got a gifted sub. Gamers, if you got a gifted sub, be sure to thank Lake. Enjoy the ad review and the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Thank you, Lake, so much. GG's. GG's indeed. And thank you so much for the flashbang save. That was beautiful. Hi, Kat. Welcome in. Happy weekend. Enjoy Deli Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 9. Oh my god, I didn't even clock. It was just me. Yes, we're a 7-man. it was so unfortunate. But nah, you played well, gamer. You did well. We spin the wheel for Lake's gifted subs. Let's see. Lake was like, let me spice things up real quick. I can respect it. There we go, Lake. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. And thank you for the hydrate. I do have, what's the time? I have some water. Hi, Roll. Welcome in. Enjoy Daddy Doggo Tree. Thank you for the 3. How are you keeping up, gamer? Long time no see. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. Yes. Glasses Gaming. Hold on. Where are my glasses? Quickly, quickly. No. Ah, what do you mean no glasses? Hold on. Oh, you guys are watching Sunny.
It's a ghost face. He just walked past Maine. I'm in Maine doing.
Yeah, get me out this game. I hate Ghostface.
It's a ghost face.
Yeah.
I like a ghosty when they mori me.
Yeah, Maury's fine. Deathslinger. Hold
He's
on.
trying to tear up on me.
Sorry, those were two. Those were
running
two
away
separate
from him.
sentences, Evo. I don't know if you caught that. It was, I hate Ghostface. I like Ghostface Maury, and there's a Deathslinger coming at me. That was what those words meant.
Ghostface missed.
Oh.
He dropped chase.
And thank you so much for the hydrate. Gamers, please stay hydrated. Look after yourself. If you've got a drink, please take a sip. If your glass is empty, go get some water.
Oh, looks like someone beat me to it. No worries.
You forgot the present for your mom for Mother's Day?
I'm gonna get as close to Maine
Whoa.
as I can.
That was lag.
I like to get to the inside gyms first, you guys.
What do I do now? You're gonna have to go over with flowers tomorrow. Like, there's no other way. Hi, Kat. Welcome in. I don't know what's happening with these glasses. There we go. This is better. You got them glasses too? These are the best glasses, honestly. What color, though? And what color, like, glasses are they?
so
Fuck
unfortunate.
Ghostface. Yes, fuck them.
I got you.
Not the haters towards. There's nothing. There's nothing. My poor Ghostface? No, no, no. There's no such thing as a poor Ghostface. Nana, do you want to join? We have one spot. Oh, maybe more. I think Sunny is raiding out after this.
Somebody's working on Maine, I believe. Perfect.
You
Great
got
gym
this.
pops. We need a gym pop
Let's
on the other
go.
side as well. So once I'm done with this, I'm gonna run to the other side of the map to try and do a gym pop after checking on Maine, though.
Perfect. Holy, what the fuck?
Now, why would you bring him over?
Oh, why didn't she stick the gen? I thought we were popping this gen too, bro. That is so
No, I'm in
unfortunate.
chase with Ghosty. I couldn't stick it. I'm in chase with Ghosty. He got a hit on me.
You
Can
could
someone
have,
go back to that gen?
you could have kept it.
I'm sorry.
No, 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 you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Where's Lake? Here. Found him. Hi, Ellie. Oh, you're here from Widow Lake? Thank you for hanging out.
That's
I hope
very
you're well.
funny
Thank you so
and
much
still
for
respected. It's friggin'
wishing me
so
good luck on the
funny.
games. Some of these games we need it. Honestly, we have a ghost face. You reinstalled DBD? Let's go, Raw. You gotta play 2v8? Yes, it's you got the whole week left. I need to do some. Hold on, give me a second.
I'm gonna go check Maine. The gym that we were working on got finished. Someone just blew a gin. It looks like.
Oh, he got hit through a pallet. Jill's sick. I know that much.
Does anyone need a beamer?
What color?
I
What
don't
color?
have one.
What color?
It's blue.
Yeah, good for me.
Okay, I'll grab it and come find you.
I think he's gonna M1. Yeah, he knows he won't get me here. No.
I'm working on Maine.
Okay, that was my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault.
No. Heartbreaking.
Imagine.
Okay. So I'm a quarter done with Maine. I'm gonna come and get you off hook, okay, boo?
Yeah.
I think I'm more than a quarter. I'm a quarter till I finish. I don't know.
Oh, let's go.
Jill.
Let's go. Let's go to main.
Jill's
team.
cracked
Yeah,
at this game, guys.
That's their death hook.
Oh no.
Already? Who died?
And I think he's done with you, Jill. You're cracked. He's back. Oh, it's Deathslinger.
This is such a pivotal gen to finish. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm going to this one right here. Kill it. Kill it. That one. Yeah. Perfect. Kill it. He's going after you. Who just went down?
Bro, I moved.
On my way to get that person off the hook.
There's Deathslingers there. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, cutie pie. How are you? Let me heal you up just a little bit.
I had that, Jill. I moved. I heard the fucking closing. But I got nervous because I fucked up the other beam save because it was a double.
That'd be Gen Pop.
I'm annoyed at that. That was a really good chase, Jill. I saw
All
you.
sorts of video, like voices and stories and stuff.
You were on Death Hook at 8 gens. Fuck. Tunnel right after being on the hook? Yeah, there's nothing you can do
one
about
more
that.
gen left. One more gen. Looks like it's getting.
Yes, you got the next one. I wish I realized we could have maybe found you
Oh, this is empty. No, I don't.
a green thingy. Oh, this is a wall.
That has programs.
Oh, this is not the tile that I thought it was.
Looks like someone is.
Hello.
Someone named Tiramisu. Oh, I see where they are. I see where they are.
Yeah, this is the one that shot.
I'm gonna stick to my gen just in case they get pulled.
Good
off.
effort, Lake. Good effort. Thank you for trying. That was dangerous, but imagine it worked. Imagine. You finally got PSA 10 on the rarest card type in the game. Took ages. Oh my god. Glenny, that's huge. GG's. That's got taken a lot of patience.
I know I'm trying to leave here with something. Yeah, that's the protein that I drink, Kev. Did your husband cook today? M?
My end? No, we did leftovers. So he's practicing for a long hike that he's doing in June. And when he came back, he literally was like, yeah, I'm taking this pasta leftover. Oh, well, this is a problem. Which means that I had pasta leftovers as well. Which is fine.
I love that.
I think I have Wigglyf, no? Yes.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
Over here. Anybody wants to get
Oh
some
shit, it was Wigglyf. No, 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 Jill. No, Jill.
Oh no. Oh no.
I still haven't left on my side of the map, so if they get hooked over here, it's totally fine.
He knows.
Another
Oh no! Oh, it just went really
it's
bad.
hard.
Yes, yes, you swing at that, gamer.
Keep running toward me, keep running toward me, keep straight, keep straight, keep straight, whoever that is.
I need to save Jill. Hold on.
Oh no, where? Holy. It's alright, we got it, we got it, we got it, we got. I'll go for the far one, and then.
I'm
you
at the
start
far
running,
one.
and then
I'm there. Oh, there's
okay.
two far ones. Oh.
Yeah, I'm.
Hello!
Oh,
Just
and
is
then-
there a gate there? What are we doing?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
oh.
Please open the gate here.
Come on, straight ahead.
Oh, I
straight
man,
ahead.
look at us! Sprint bursting! Let's go, team!
Everybody straight ahead.
We're all like little rats.
Little rats! That's what it looked like. Why are we... Lake, are we body blocking for real? It's a slinger. I don't know what y'all are doing, but I'm leaving. I'm leaving!
WLG, guys.
Hey,
We all got
GG's.
out.
Well done. That was huge.
GG.
Finally got a game where
all of y'all, exactly.
You really did have to go there, Lake. Yes, well played. Good saves. No, and died super early at like 8 gens. But apart from that, everybody's out.
Yeah. GG's. Perfect timing. Okay, guys, we're gonna send you. I'm gonna send you guys over to Evo.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going, gamers. If you want me in Evo with everybody that's in open lobby right now, you're welcome to hang out and stay in game.
Perfect. Thank you, ladies, for the games. Thank you for your beautiful company, your beautiful energy. Thank you for hanging with me today. I appreciate you guys.
No,
Yes,
thank
collab.
you.
I had fun gaming with you guys. You guys always make me think I could be a good survivor.
You are a great survivor. What do you mean?
You're
No,
very
no, no.
altruistic. Every team needs an altruist.
Yes.
Oh, we're working on it, though. We're working on it. I keep learning more and more from you guys each time we play together.
Yeah.
But yes, Ghosty wouldn't leave you alone. I'm sorry, Killa. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, we're gonna head on over to Evo's stream. I appreciate y'all. See you guys tomorrow. I will text you guys in our chat, okay?
Yes. Cool.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, you have my favorite glasses on.
Yes, I got my glasses
Oh
on.
gosh, I love it.
Where are we going? Something's slowing down my PC. I need to figure out what it is real quick.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't want that.
It was just that I had multiple streams open. I am. I was like, am I close?
Yes, I think I joined you and then we all joined you.
Yeah. Oh.
Thank you for the Pedro and thank you.
Love came in. Hi man, how you doing?
If you're ready, Ann, we can go again. Gamers, we have 2 spots if anybody wants to join. I think we'll do at least 4 more games here before we head out. I go Scout. Hi, Pew Pew. I feel like your head is too small for your glasses. Maybe the glasses aren't too big. Did you think about that? But yes, I love these. I love these glasses. They're not great for gaming though. The blue shades. I mean, it's plastic. It's from some party. It's not great with my camera light because it's after a while it starts to hurt my eyes because the bright light and then through the blue glasses, it's not ideal. When she wears them, we get nerfed. Yes. Big time. Yeah, it's not ideal. I wish they were a different color. If they were pink or something, it would have been different already. Let's go. Okay, I'm scouting, which means I can do chests again. I hear a huntress. Yes. Doggos are acting up. I gotta go, but nice to meet you. Thank you so much for hanging out, Pew Pew. I appreciate you. Have an amazing rest of your day. And give some big cuddles to the doggos, okay? I am a dog sitter. I do frequently have dogs at my house. So we're animal enjoyers here generally. Who is that? It's you. Oh, you're so dead, gamer. You're on the escapist? Where did you get a beam? Give it to me. Give it to me. I heal you if you give me your beam. That's the price. Thank you, you two. You've got 3 dogs. Let's go. 2 of them are puppies. Oh, shit. 2 of them are puppies. Yeah. I have nothing here. And Lake died as well. That heal was 99. So unlucky. Oh my god, the puppies are so cute, but it's so much work as well. Yes, we want lots of cuddles for the puppies then. Gamer. What are we teabagging? That was really good. Well done. We saw them coming and everything. Well done. Thank you
Albert
so much for the
Wesker's
follow.
breast milk followed your channel.
Jesus Christ. What a name. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy weekend. Pew Pew, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Hi Winter. Welcome in.
Pew Pew 54 followed your
GG's
channel.
for hanging out and playing today. Everyone in the tournament did so fucking amazing. It was great to see everyone.
we
And
have
like I said, it's
confirmation that
great
this
that
is the
everyone
end
came
of the
together. I'm good. How are you? Extra cuddles, take care. See you. There's a huntress here. But where? Oh. Found her. We drop this. I forgot that I'm a scout. Is there a pellet that I can work? Oh shit, don't come here. Ah. Urban evasion. I forgot about that. Normally play torchbearer. Where is this pellet that we speak of? Here. What a name. You're doing well, wonderful. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, we're doing good here. Some 2v8s. It's hit and miss with 2v8 these days, isn't it? Either get nice games or it's like complete walkover. I mean, we must have got some progress, gen progress from all of that. It's the end of the world. It really is. Yes. You go spray. I mean, I do gen, I suppose. Oh, pellets. Hold on. I have a job to do. I forget. Where? Okay, found it. I found it. How's the game going? And we're having a really good time. I love 2v8 with a big group of survivors, right? The whole community coming together. We were streaming together with the wonderful Evo, and we were with Sunny as well. So 3 of the communities come together. It's a great recipe for good chaos, which is what I always like about 2v8. I have to say, the amount of zombies and the pressure that they have is kind of taken away from the fun of 2v8, I find, this iteration. Yeah, this time around. But when it's chaotic like this, when you're with people, gaming with people you know, I love playing 2v8, the chaos. It's so funny. You're watching your teammates do all the crazy stuff. There we go. Look at this gamer. They're so ready. Yeah, she'll give away my location real quick. I deserve it. No. Oh my god, you're getting double teamed. Is there anyone here? Huntress is here. Okay, I run. I make distance. Who's that? Oh no, the Nia. Evo's friend died. The double team, there was no escaping that. Oh shit. Jill is staring at her. Haha! That is so unlucky. Also, I need to take this hit, by the way. Nice. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Damn, she still wants you, Jill. I tried. Nice! We got the gens done and Jill's still alive. That was good. Good hit taken from my team.
I'm being bodyguarded by Link right now.
Oh, nice.
Or is it Anne? No, is it? Fully bodyguarded.
Good, good, good. Ah, Jill didn't make it. Yes, I see the door. Thank you.
Oh, oh my lord. Wesker's on ours. Okay, he pushed me out.
Me and Anne are also out. Unless I get clocked here by a cheeky and hatchet. It's possible. I think we should leave. Who else is here? Ah! Yes, I knew there was a hatchet coming. Okay, for a minute. Oh, you were 95 healed too, Jill? No way.
No. Like, no.
Oh no.
Hello.
Wesker Mori. Rip, yes. Did anyone not make it back in? I thought we were 7. No?
Oh, Killer was...
Okay, yeah, they left.
Yeah. Taraxi, GG, how's the Huntress? GG.
You love chases with Wesky? Let's go. Oh, we were 6? Okay. Well, it's been a long day for me. Thank you guys for keeping me straight.
Do another quick round of words.
You were low-key vibing so much good in chase. Singing and dancing in chase, that's perfect. That's the best. Those are the best chases anyway. Do I go for longer chase or wall hacks? Yeah, I've changed to scout. We do have a scout now with the random. You keep your escapist. You're so good at timing that. I tried it yesterday, Jill. I'm not good at it. Took you a while. Nah, you always time that shit perfectly. It's so satisfying if they whiff. Yes, it really is. Wesker Spirit will be fire. Just no more zombies, please. I'm done. Done with Nemi. It's a Death Slinger. Do you know no people are not playing the Dorito? Like, I think I've had 2 Pyramid Heads all the games that I've played. And a Legion. Alright, well. Oh, wait, no, it's a Death Slinger and a Huntress. Okay. There's no Legion, duh. I got confused because of the mending. They're both there. We got that. Julio! No! I got you, gamer. Wonderfully positioned at the pallet. I don't know if I fucked you over there or not, but that was funny. Thank you, Sunny. They hit a crazy shot on you? It looks like they're comfortable on Deathslinger. Blast mine. You nodded at each other. Okay, that's good. That's good. You guys know you were both good. Okay, I need to go. No, I stay here. Yes, yes, yes. Oh. Wait, what? Yes. Oh my god, she almost hit that. Me and my big mouth were like... Okay. Wait, where was the other pellet? I forget. Oh! Bro, why am I at a hill? Oh. Yeah, there's nothing they can do about that. Holy! Good effort, gamers. Nice, nice, nice.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming.
Hey yo,
Repeat,
Dim!
raid incoming.
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was DVD? Hi, Eldra.
Dimjardo
Welcome in.
VT rated your channel with 4 viewers.
Dim is a Swedish VTuber who loves to play a variety of games, especially Dead by Daylight. We know it. They're on a mission to conquer... Oh, where am I going?
Shout out to
this
Dimjardo VT.
Conquer Steam and Goji Library one game at a time. When they're not surviving the fog, you might catch them in Dark Souls or enjoying collabs with fellow streamers. Let's go, I love that. It was okay. Nice, I'm glad to hear. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Dim and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official partner with Behavior. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at the horse stables. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. Dim, I understand if you need to raid and run, but you're welcome to hang out. We're playing some 2v8 with my wonderful friend Eva. We're doing open lobbies. And we're going for at least 3 more games here today. Yeah, I know we need scouts, but I think this is really boring. I prefer the flashbangs, like to have a chance to save a teammate. I don't know what I'll do. Lake's dead as hell in the basement. Points? Cleansing no ad, hold on. Oh, that Huntress is here. No. Hi, Rizzy. Welcome in. How are you? W sunglasses? Thank you. They're my favorite glasses. How is your day going? Happy birthday, by the way. Okay, we save him. Come here. Teleport. Right here. Right here. Pretty fine. What about you? I'm good too, thanks. Yeah, it's not. That's not here. Okay, I'll go get them. Thank you very much. Of course, of course. I hope you're having a great day. I'm doing good. I played a tournament earlier. And we made it through to the next round, so we're playing semis tomorrow. Oh. I will make this. Hello. And thank you. Oh my god, the Deathslinger was also here. We were all coming in to take hits. We almost had it too. That was huge. You guys won. Yes, we did. Alright, Jill is still in. Me and Eva go on hook here. Let's see. No, Rizzy, for real. I love the chaos that's 2v8 when you're playing with people you know. I think we're 6 gamers here and 2 randoms. And it's just so funny. Oh, last of the heal. So, we actually played 2 tournaments today. So the first one I played in, which was a charity tournament, Unity in the Fog. We got to the next round. The other one was with the Cenobite set, yes, which was the tiebreaker, but the team, because I was already streaming by then. I think we need to go, no? Yeah, let's go. Who's here? This door is not open? Huh. I guess we die again. Jill? We've been in this spot before. I think we die again to the timer. It's here! Oh no! We didn't make it, Evo! We stayed together. Yes! Oh, I guess I'm just... Wait, was I just... I was literally just standing there watching you get taken by the entity, like the timer was... It was like delayed. GG chat!
Oh.
Rizzy knows. GG chat. GG chat.
Oh.
Boom boom.
I came back into like
Yes, I saw. So did Jill. Yes.
Yeah.
Nah, that was a funny game.
That was
Honestly.
good, that was good. That was a good one for sure.
Is Lake out? I
Lake,
jumped
GG.
down. This was LG. Alright, thank you, Lake. Thank you for playing. That was fun.
Lovely job.
You got another flashbang? Let's go. You got so many saves. Beautiful. Yeah, so sorry, Rizzy. I was saying the Cenobite was Altruism League. I was already streaming. My team played the set though. We won 2-0, so we didn't have to make it to the Cenobite set. But, oh shit, I'm at max points. Hold on, I need to fix that before I don't get any more points because I'm gonna get annoyed. I think we were leveling Megan. Yes! Let's go. Megan is almost P80 here. Well and ready to prestige to P100 during anniversary. 6 BPS. Love to see it. I'm staying on Scout, I guess. So yeah, wins all around today for the team. So that's huge. Boom boom, dropping pellets, send it, boom boom. Gamers, I met Rizzy this week when I was trying out for Team Solace, and they're absolutely cracked gamer, wonderful person. I really enjoy gaming with them. We did 1v1s yesterday. I'm learning so much. So I appreciate you coming to say hi, Rizzy. Thank you for the games, Lake. Did you see that whiff? I saw a couple, and you were slaying again. Fun games. 2v8 is better with people. Yes. Yeah, and it's better than duo as well. It's like when I mean, I know we do duo killer, and then you play survivor in between, which is good. But like, it's still rough. Rough games. Is Normal you're a very nice person? Oh, that's very kind of you to say. I appreciate that. Hello? I'm getting body blocked? Ah, Wraith? Okay. Yes, thank you, Jill. No, you guys have a really nice team. I really enjoyed playing with you this week. And I hope to play more, because I want to learn more. Even my team, Rizzy, after you joined yesterday with the pinhead set, when you said hop locker when he finds the box, like even Georgie said they didn't know that before. Like they learned stuff as well. Oh, nice. Oh, they're both here. They're both here. Look at me chickening out. Now you can see me. I need to go. You hop to the scout as well. There's a gen in here. There's people on this gen, I think. Yes, perfect. That's why I'm playing with you guys, to help you? Nah, that's huge. Nice stun. Okay, I've got a map. W. You gotta oh shit, you gotta spread that knowledge. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh, okay, hello, I'm just staring. Oh. Thought I heard a wraith. I was fine. Whoa. My... Oh. I do not think I can work that gen. I'm gonna get clocked. Hi, Beach. Welcome in, Jess. How are you? Happy weekend. How is it going? You didn't know Slinger was there? No, I didn't know either. I was just running. I thought we were just all taking hits against the Huntress, making our way out, and then boom. Boom, boom. Slinger there. Can they reach? Yes, let's go. Oh. Okay. Value, I guess. Oh no, he's checking here. It's not ideal. He's gonna kick the gen first. Am I out of reach of that? Yes. Yeah, that was dumb. They saw me. Oh no. Yeah, hello. Jess, did you do any runs today? Any impressive records broken? Or is it too hot now to run? I heard Glenny complain about the weather. You gotta go. Hope your games will be fine. I appreciate you stopping by, Rizzy. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. Now I'll catch you soon. Glenny's a pussy. Okay. He had 2 fans on already. Oh. I think I would have had it. What's this? Key. Nice. Honestly, I think I would have had that. Oh my god, Glenny! Go wash your mouth! Worth it. Yes! Time him out! I will have you know. Lola was here earlier, Loft. Claiming that you're bullying them and that we should ban them. And you know what Glenny said? Ban him. And Sketch. After which I proceeded to ban Sketch. And yeah. I know. You've been exhausted, so no runs? Okay, okay. Well, get some rest, though. I take this chase, yes, come. He doesn't want me, okay, leave. Yeah, it is Lola.
This Nami is getting so lost every time.
Really?
Yeah, every time he sees me, I just like do a little juke.
Nah,
like,
you're
do
just a
little double
juicer
back.
like that.
I just do a little double back and then he just leaves me.
You can't, they would lose their sword. Ah, yeah, that's not good. Well, just as long as he knows it's not carte blanche, you can just say anything in my chat. W Glenny? No, no, no. We cannot side with Glenny over this. Jess is being left redundant. That's your job. You can't ban Sketch. She has to. What do I do if she's not here and I need banning? Like, I can step in, Jess. Like, hello? You're having an existential crisis over. No, 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 you're fine. We appreciate you. Send a messenger pigeon. Okay. We will work on a procedure for this. A process. You're joking. I'll allow this once. Oh. Good. I was stressing out over here. Over that. Speaking of messenger pigeons, did anyone see the video that David Attenborough got for his 100th birthday from your king? That was cool.
Oh, he finally got me.
I really enjoyed that. You didn't? Jess, go find it. I want to know what UK people think when they see stuff like this. I thought it was cool. Hello? Who's clicking at me? Oh. Oh. That's really unfortunate. You order snacks for Backlash and have the snacks run on the stock? Oh no! Hold on. Why am I so trash?
Oh, that was so close.
I need to change the mouse and keyboard on Survivor, man. What is this beaming that I'm trying to do?
Oh dear.
Ah. Yeah, chocolate crisps that I wanted. Not in stock, I'm sad. Yes! You should be sad about that. That is so unfortunate. Chocolate crisps. I love chocolate crisps. You're gonna bamboozle him again, Evo. Oh my god. I think it's...
He hates me.
Yes! You're just better. Do you play on mouse and keyboards?
Yeah.
Survivor? Yeah. Man. So jealous. Gilio Star. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, Jess. You have to look it up. Chocolate crisps are the best.
Chocolate crisps?
Yes. It's not...
Are you tripping?
Yeah, so it's not crisps. You're thinking like sea salt, pepper, and then chocolate, but it's like... It's not that. It's like cookie chocolate crisps.
Oh.
It's really nice.
Oh my god. So they're not potato.
Corn chips, says Glenny.
What?
It's nice, I promise.
I'm confused. that taste profile does not work in my head.
Yeah, and it's really good. Why are we clicking at Jill? Chocolate flavored Doritos? No, nothing like that. They're so good. Yeah, we have them here as well. They sell them often in the cinema, in the theaters.
Probably so because the Dwight's a noob.
But I always get them in the supermarket because it's cheaper. Are you gonna take their order? At the window? Oh, Ivory. Hello. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It is completely different texture, yes. This game is very long. Where are the gens? Okay, everything here is done. Zombie? Okay. Oh, well, I'm revealed. Oh, okay, well. I make somewhere, right? No, I have a bed here. W bed. Oh my god. No pellets. No window. Well, no pellets. Nothing here.
That weird.
There's nothing anywhere. It's hatch game now. No, there's still no hatch game. There's still 3 people going. Come on, Jill. Gamers, I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break. I'm gonna run in right now before we're going to the next game. I appreciate your support for the channel. We'll be right back. Someone's upset about this game, y'all. Okay, what's Gilio doing? Gilio's usually juicing. There's no pellet left standing, guys. There's nothing left. Everything's been used. Oh, good effort, Jill. Good effort. He's not even death hook, guys. They're slugging now? What is 11? No, it's 10 a.m. Oh my god, that was such a good idea. Oh my god, the jiggy almost works. That was such a good idea, Jill. If you would have, if the zombie would have body blocked him there, imagine. In the little hallway. Get him! Get him first! Get Jill first! It's double hedge! No, they forgot about Jill! No! Jill was right there! Unlucky.
I would like to apologize.
Yes! Thank you. We deserve that.
I would like to apologize. Because literally...
Yeah, that was
The
unfortunate.
cake was right next to bed as well. Oh, man.
LG? Or are you
Um,
gonna keep going?
Yes. I think I'll do... I'll see how I feel after this game, actually.
Yeah, all good.
Like Mars. Got a couple of people.
Nice, good, good, good.
Yes, yes. There we go.
Welcome back, Fur. How was work? That was quick. You managed just fine. Can you rest now? I know you were tired. Jill, are you good to play tomorrow at 4 p.m. for the tourney? Should be right. Checking. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. Okay. I don't know where Loft is. Loft, are you still here? You're 3 p.m. You're good to play. Oh, you have to do another job at 7? 5? No, 4 for us. It said, for some reason, they went 10 a.m. Eastern. Like, yo. 10 a.m. Eastern? This time doesn't mean anything to us. But if I look in the brackets, it's what I sent in the tourney chat. It's 4 p.m. our time. You ordered 9 snacks? What? But is it like that they put a note that they're gonna like still deliver the rest of the snacks or something or no? Like what the fuck is going on? It should say if you order it, it should say it's out of stock or not, and then you can decide, right? If you still want to go ahead with your order. I don't understand. Yeah, I am so tired of these zombies. This is gonna be my feedback on the survey. I am so tired. You can't do anything. I will be going back, thank you. Worth it. Where elk? I'm so cooked, by the way. Yes, you whipped that. Thank you, Jill, you're a demon. You get refunded, but still, that's annoying. I assume a lot of killers are picking Nemesis so that they can have map control through the annoying increase of money movement. We're seeing a lot of Nemi. I play Nemi. I mean, it's for another reason, but I have no problem playing Nemi in this mode because of the zombies. Yeah, 100%. Mr. Fox, I hope you're having a good weekend, and I appreciate you hanging out. Oh, Jill. You looped that man for so long. Thank you for taking chase. And let me get my purple beamer. I should have gone for a save, maybe. Well, I did a gen. You blocked him with the zombie! That's so funny. I love that. It worked out. Thank you. Thank you, gamer. You're a demon. Ah, please don't double me. Amazing. Amazing. What an escape. Thank you so far, it's amazing. You made homemade pesto. Oh, nice. Out of the homegrown garden? Oh, that's gotta be so good. Yes. I almost got them killed. Never mind. Having them right now, dip with chicken nuggets. Oh my god, I'm getting hungry. Now I want... What? Now I want that. W escapist use. GG's, GG's. Is it me? Am I, yeah. Nope. That must have been Evo. Yes, I see you running. Hi, man. Mara. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. That was rough there with the little
Man
bottle, but it
named
worked
Mars
out.
followed your channel.
It worked out, and thank you so much for the sprint burst. Oh, sorry, Evo.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't apologize.
I'm like,
I'm
yapping.
super excited because I got another blast mine.
Yes, I watched you do it, and I watched you walk away from it, smiling and
Like,
everything.
goodbye.
Bye-bye. The little pleasures in life.
I know. Well, it is my sole reason for living, as we said earlier.
Yes. Oh, the wall hacks. The wall hacks, the wall hacks. Yeah, she's done. Nice, Jill. Let's go. Yes. Thanks for the body block. Of course, of course. We work together. I need to do another pallet. That pallet's not going to be of any use anymore. I don't know. Nice. Nice. Nice.
Oh. Oh, please kick it.
Hope weekend is good. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's really nice weather. I worked with the horses this morning. It was lovely. I had a tournament today. We won. We're through to the next round. So tomorrow, 4 p.m. my time, guys, is the next round.
Oh, oops.
I scout them. Oh, that's unlucky. Pentacle? No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Okay. Okay. Bro, if I would have reset that pellet earlier... Oh, that's so unlucky. No mind games. Point safe, let's go, Jill. If it wasn't for Jill, guys, I would die so many times. You literally came from across the map for this save, gamer. Thank you. You're just there? Yeah, I don't know. I forgot about how DVD updates are annoying because they're always massive, like reinstalling whole games. Sometimes, yes. 100%. Well, Mara needs this. No! Damn! Shit! Oh my god, 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 I'm panicking. Hold on. Oh, thank you, gamers. Thank you, mods. Thank you, thank you. Shit. Wow. Oh my god, Ace, what the hell? Cover up the butts? No, that's the popular fit. Oh, yes, thank you, Eva. Popular fit these days. You checked your fits, you have 2 blood orange ciders. Oh my god, Glenny, look! I forgot to show you. I have 4. I wasn't like... I know it's not a competition, but I forgot to show you these earlier. Last mine. Yes, amazing. Beautiful. You have them? Ah, the glass bottles? Yeah, I wasn't sure about being able to transport those. Because, I mean, we were by car. That's the... I mean, I couldn't have taken them if I was by... if we were in a flight. But I was like, yeah, I'm going for the cans. Shit, I'm gonna get wedged in between these killers. Evo's gonna blast mine them again. How the hell did I miss that? Coke in a glass bottle's elite, you think? I don't make that. Oh, this is nasty. Problems. Yes. Sorry, Jill. I fucked that up. That tastes better in the glass bottles, I think. But doesn't everything? No! I don't know about that. I'm fine with cans. Yeah, it's time I hop off. I think I'm DVD'd out for today. Guys, what are we thinking? Variety stream tomorrow morning or no? Do some chill stuff. You gotta heal up, Jill. That's so good. You deserve that. Yes, Glenny said yes. I'm gonna have to play the video store game tomorrow then, Glenny. Blast mine. Evo. How many blast mines did you get this game? Like, I am constantly watching these gamers.
I think
standing and staring like W.
Oh shit.
Shit. I thought I was with Anne. I was not, in fact. No, walls. Okay, we're gonna have to do it tomorrow, Glenny. What am I watching? Oh. Are you kidding me? Is he gonna go out the window? Nope. Nice. I just got an achievement that I've been grinding for. 3 to go. Oh my god. I can basically just sit back now and let the store run on auto. Wow. Oh my god, did she use a headshot to kill a zombie? That's brutal. Is that even possible? Plenty, thank you so much for the resub.
This is
Oh,
not
it's not a new
sub.
sub? I just want to go
wanted
away.
to go away. Lil Emo Piggy subscribed to your channel for
Well,
23 months.
Door 3. I found you. Well, how about I wear some ears for you on Variety Stream tomorrow? Thank you so much. Why? I can't do it. Who's dying? Hello. Unlucky. Oh.
Oh no.
I got blinded. Nasty.
Right, 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 4, yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, that's it.
Let's go.
Let's go. You got so many clips from this session, Jill. You killed it. Absolutely wonderful. Nice, we got it. GG's. That was a long game.
Yeah.
Just like the Larry's one.
I
It was
know.
a long game.
It was going for ages.
Mm. Cool.
Alrighty.
What's the plan?
I think I might call that LG.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do we have someone to double raid?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I actually haven't had the chance. Let's have a look.
I see someone that's live that I know is going to be going for a little while. I think they're win streaking. Unrestricted streak.
Oh, damn. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, let's do that then, because it doesn't look like I really have anyone currently.
Hey yo, Ace, GG, well played. Thank you so much for trying to take me to that green can, and then I wanted to go for a save that was not savable and I fucked it up. But that was very nice of you. GG's, well played.
Oh yeah. Alrighty. Let me just mute a sec while I say bye to stream. Hold on.
Yes. Gamers, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for chatting, chilling, gaming, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks, Unity of the Fog, for hosting an amazing tournament today. I am glad we get to see y'all tomorrow in the next round. We're going to go double raid out. Please go copy the message in the chat. The raid message. Glenny, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you everyone for the follows. Lake, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Widow, thank you for the raid. Unity of the Fog, thank you so much for the massive raid. And we'll be back tomorrow with the tourney and tomorrow morning variety stream. Just before the tourney. Our tourney games at 4 p.m. Let's see how I feel. If I feel good, we might stream it, because why not? Thanks everyone for the follows. Thanks for the stream streaks. It's been an absolute pleasure. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. Bye!
Side by side with my Twitch chat